Leah, my daughter is Hallie. She is 22 months. I guess we started coming to the UCP Center back in May of last year, 2015. We didn't know anything that she had any kind of problems when she was born. I didn't start suspecting anything, I guess, until like when I thought she should start pulling up and crawling, and because she went through all the normal stages. She rolled at 4 months, she sat up by the time she was 6 months, all that. She did fine, you know, everything was on pace, on point. But then by like 9-10 months, all she wanted to do was roll. She didn't want to crawl. She had no intentions of pulling up, anything like that. So I kind of was concerned at my 9 months checkup, but her pediatrician said, let's just wait. All kids are different. You know, all kids do things differently. So we did. We put it off again. And so at I think it was her 12 months appointment, Dr. Moore, her pediatrician, she told me, she said, I feel like you're a little more concerned about it. And I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, well, there's a place you can call, the early intervention, and you can get the lady to come out and evaluate Hallie and see if she could use any of their services. And so that's what I did. Then that afternoon after we left, I got on the phone and I called and made an appointment with Julie. Julie came to our house. She came and sat on the floor and she played with Hallie, and she told me that she did see a little bit of signs of some weakness in her muscle tones. And so after we saw Julie and she saw the weakness, the orthopedic doctor, he told us that, you know, structurally Hallie was fine, that there was nothing structurally wrong with her, that he felt some muscle tone weakness. We had started coming to the UCP Center, and Hallie had already started her therapy with Lucinda, and we came here, and I really felt like that this was the place that we needed to be, because when I first brought Hallie here, this was the first time that she had ever stayed with anybody other than family. And the day we walked in and we went back to Miss Becky's class and Lucinda came back there, it was like she could tell I was getting all emotional about it. And so Lucinda just got Hallie and just picked her up, and Hallie never cried for me, never, you know, it was just like she could tell the love and the care that Lucinda had. And like right then, that moment, I knew that this is where she needs to be. This is where she's going to get the most help and the love that she needs to get through all this. Back in August, we saw the neurologist, Dr. Ficure. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but we saw him in Birmingham at the Children's Hospital, and he ran some blood work, and at first it didn't come back with what he thought it was, but then he said he had a little extra, so he ran some more tests, and sure enough, he said it came back with the spinal muscular atrophy that he was thinking about it. And at first, he told us, he said, I'm just going to be real blunt. He said, she might never walk. Of course, that was just like a shocker, you know, because that's not what you want to hear, you know. But looking back at it now, I'm glad he did tell me, because, you know, I'm glad that I knew up front, and that, you know, not later on down the road and she doesn't progress like I want her to. And then he come back and tell me this. But so we went back for another checkup in December this past year, and Dr. Law, Charles Law, he's over the UCP Center in Birmingham, and we told him about that I had already gotten her in at the UCP here in Tuscumbia. She was already going through all her therapy with Lucinda and Julie, and I told him all the progress that she's made with them, and he was super excited, super glad that I had already started and already was concerned enough to call the early intervention, and he was excited about that. And you know, he told me that, well, I asked him if we needed to up any of our exercises or anything like that, and he said, no, he said, I feel like that what they're doing that is helping. And he said, usually with that diagnosis, he said, they're usually stiff, real stiff. He said, but that Hallie was real loose and he was really proud of that. And he said, that he can really tell that she's had the care and the love that she needed. And I really feel like that if I hadn't have already gotten here at the UCP Center, that she would not be where she is today. And just it's like I felt like when we walked in those doors the first time that it was like that y'all were welcoming us to a family. And that's what we are here. And I feel like that the Lord put us here for a reason. And he knew that we needed Lucy, and he knew that we needed Julie, and that I needed Becky, and Hallie needed Becky, because, and like I said, she'd never been with anybody other than family. And that day we walked in those doors and she just went right to Lucinda, and it was just like, okay, she's gonna be okay. And they're gonna give her the love and the care and the help that she needs. And like I said, I felt like that was where God placed us.
Hello, I'm Julie Ham, and I'm the president for the Florence Civitan Club. It's my honor to be here today to be a part of the 52nd annual Cerebral Palsy Telethon. I want to thank each of you for tuning in. We are so fortunate that we have the CP Center here in the Shoals area. Because of the money that is raised through the Telethon and other fundraisers, the center is able to provide many valuable services to the children, such as occupational therapy, physical therapy, and speech therapy. These services are provided to the families at no cost. As a parent or a grandparent, the last thing we need to worry about is how to pay for those services. All of the children here are so precious, and we need your support to continue to provide the services through the CP Center. I encourage you to call and make your donation or pledge today. At this time, I'm going to ask Danny Hendricks to come and lead us in prayer.
Let us pray. Our Father in heaven, we're so thankful to you for this day and all the many blessings of life. Father, the blessing that we're especially thankful for today is the UCP Center that for 52 years has been helping children with special needs. Father, we thank you so much for that center. Today we're here to help support that center. We're thankful for the workers, the volunteers of the center. We're thankful for the parents and the children. Father, we ask that you be with them in the days to come. Father, we're so thankful for this telethon. We pray that all who watch will help us support the center. Father, be with us as we go through this day. Be with us all the days of our life. And in Jesus' name we pray. Amen. This time we'll turn it over to Joey and Chris.
Thank you very much, Danny. Julie, thank you to the Florence Civitan Club. And here we are. It's the big day, the biggest event for fundraising for our friends there at the UCP Center in Tuscumbia. The Shoals area has a wonderful opportunity here this afternoon. Will you please reach deep down into your pockets, into your hearts, and let's help keep hope alive for the families that are patients at the CP Center in Tuscumbia. All the money raised stays right here. I'm Joey Yarb. I'm joined by Chris Bland. And Chris, well, $125,000 is our goal this year. We've got a long way to go.
Yeah, well, the first year, Joey, which is 5 years ago, I was kind of intimidated by that number, but I know now that $125,000 for this cause is definitely not a lot. And this is one thing that I'm really excited about today, Joey. Now we're streaming live, so you don't have to be in the Shoals area. You don't have to be in the DMA of the CW. You could actually go to our PayPal, and if you go to Facebook and you like UCP Center, you can repost our request, and you can also stream live and see what we're doing here.
Worldwide on the World Wide Web. There you go. Here's our broadcast this afternoon. Here's a wonderful opportunity. We've presented a forum for you to give these donations. These donations keep the doors open. It keeps this center working. It keeps those families that use this center, that gives them that nurture, that love, that hope to continue. So this cause is certainly worthwhile. And the endeavor that we're setting forth here this afternoon, going to 5 o'clock broadcasting live, we ask you for your help, your support. Please give what you can, and let's help the families. Let's continue to keep the UCP Center in Tuscumbia here serving our Shoals area alive and well.
Joey, I'm an educator and a coach, and I believe in competition really seriously. So I'm going to challenge every basketball coach, whether it be the recreation department, whether it be high school or middle school, to pick up those telephones, start calling in now. No pledge is too big and no pledge is too small. We need to make sure that not only do we reach $125,000, we need to exceed $125,000. You've heard about the wonderful things that the UCP Center does here in Tuscumbia. It is very important that we understand that children are our biggest investments, and we need to be investing in these children each and every day, Joey.
Will you do that? Will you do that this afternoon? Here's an opportunity. The phone lines are open. You can call in Visa, MasterCard. We have PayPal. There's a lot of options that you can utilize to make sure that your commitment, your investment in the future here of the UCP Center continues to serve our area. There's a few people that have made those commitments, that investment, and we want to acknowledge you here this afternoon. So let's go ahead and get started with that. I want to say a big thank you to John and Lynn Ingerson of Killen. $100 commitment.
In honor of our kids, Mike and Adrena, David and Jeanette Azel of Florence, $50.
In honor of Blaine and Brody Phillips, Declan, Lime and Aslan Giles, and Larry and Kathy Phillips of Florence, $25. Thank you, folks.
In honor of Stacy Holcomb, Leslie Holcomb, Landing and Cunning of Georgia, $80.
In honor of Brentley, W.C. Hill Jr. of Tuscumbia, $20.
In honor of my band, Kobe Oakley, Jim and Karen Lancaster of Florence, $20.
In honor of Grady Richardson, Richard Wilson, and Jamie Rogers of Greenville, North Carolina, pledging $100.
In honor of our healthy grandchildren and children, Charles and Jane Hoverture of Tuscumbia, $100.
Noel Counts of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Billy Baggett of Florence, $25.
In honor of Isaac Gaskew, Teresa Gaskew of Muscle Shoals, $30.
Pam and Ricky Landcarry of Tuscumbia, $100.
In honor of our 7 healthy grandchildren, Larry and Betty Rickman of Sheffield are committing to $100.
Cates and Puckett Construction Company of Muscle Shoals, $100.
In honor of my healthy grandchildren, Mercedes and Bailey, Pam Nichols of Florence, $25. Thank you, Pam.
Bill Cotton Construction in Leeton, $50.
Philip and Juliana Bowling of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Chisholm Hills Church of God in Christ, $100.
Thank you to Frank and Francis Cole of Muscle Shoals, $35.
In memory of Norma McDonald, W.A. Graham Sunday School class, we appreciate your $50.
In honor of Patty Caroline Brown, Harry Brown Jr. of Florence, $200.
Ray and Sarah Phillips of Lexington, $25.
Thank you so much to Patsy Carson of Florence, $80.
In memory of Michaela Puckett, Tammy and Helen Puckett, $25.
In honor of all the children, the Shoals Optimist Club in Muscle Shoals is committing to $100.
In honor of our grandchildren, David and Nancy Bonfield of Tuscumbia, $25.
In honor of Colby Oakley, Tony Holland making the commitment from Tuscumbia this afternoon, $100. Thank you, Tony.
Rosalie Stevenson of Florence, $20.
In honor of Jace Bassam, Donnie and Nelda Newton of Rogersville, $25.
In honor of Grady Richardson, James Walton of Sheffield, $25.
In memory of Brandon Aycock and in honor of Brentley Aycock, the Little Bear Creek Baptist Church of Tuscumbia is committing to $200.
And at this time, we'll take a break and we'll go to some talent.
I see trees of green, red roses too. I see them bloom for me and you. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, the dark sacred night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky, are also on the faces of people going by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? They're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yes, I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
Okay, welcome to the 52nd UCP Telethon. We invite you to tune in and call us. Our main number is 415-8370. Our goal is $125,000. We have several people back here waving, Missy. We've got several people here to answer your phone. So would you go ahead and please call? We're going to be on the air from 1 to 5. And I will be hosting the VIP table. My first VIPs will be here shortly. Be Mickey Haddock and Ian Sanford. And so they will be here about 1:30. And at this time, let's go on over and read some names on the VIP board. VIP donors, $1,000. Dr. Larry Holcomb, Rodney and Laquita Logan, $2,000. University Chevrolet, $2,500, and University Toyota and University Hyundai, $2,500. Wes and Marcy Oberholzer, $1,500, and the City of Muscle Shoals, $1,500. Randall Fuller and employees at Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning and Plumbing, $1,000. Sam's Club and also the Lane family in memory of James Lane, $1,000. Widows' Sons, the Brethren, $900. Morrison Funeral Home and Doug and Lisa Ruggles, $500. The Muscle Shoals Area Street Rods Club, and also Jay and Susie Martin, who Susie's going to be in jail today, and Jay's one of our Florence Civitan members, $500. George and Rudy Pillow, in honor of their grandson, Walter Hovatter, and also Grace Chapel Free Will Baptist Church, $500. Carly Korfman, in memory of her sister, Mackenzie Korfman, and Briggs Tax Service, $500. Nancy Oakley, in honor of Colby Oakley, and also the Plumbers and Steam Fitters, Local 760, $500 donations. Daryl and Vicki Thrasher, Logan Pharmacy, and Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Dalton Pharmacy, $500 each donation. About $250 donations are Glenn Cox in honor of Jenzie Cox, $300, and the Central Heights Civitan Club, $250. Canaan United Methodist Church, and also Droke Hearing Aid Center in honor of Alex Littrell, $250 donations. First Missionary Baptist Church, and also Herald Printing, Jack and Joan Martin, $250. New Hope Church of Christ, Dr. John and Debbie Hamilton, $250. Dow and Skeeter Reichard in honor of our grandchildren, and Catherine Lassiter in memory of David Lassiter, $250. Jan and Jerry Fulmer and Raymond Asbel, $250 donations. Valley Credit Union and Janet Yu. Pete and Tanya Williford and Dr. Greg and Laura Adderholt. Judge and Mrs. Leslie Johnson in honor of our grandchildren, Walt and Josie Johnson, and also Rebecca and Greg Hovatter in honor of Walter Patrick Hovatter, $250. Dr. Keith and Amy Garrett in honor of Wesley Spurgeon and Mackenzie Korfman, and Mary Alice Underwood in honor of my children and my grandchildren, $250. The Gamble family in memory of Dr. Howard R. Gamble. Also, Right Solutions in honor of Justin Ross. Patrick Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter, and Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster. Woodman of the World Life in memory of Linda Robinson, and also Holden's Clothing. Get those phones ringing. We've got people waiting. At this time, we'll go back up to Joey and Chris.
Hey, thank you very much, Danny. It's your chance to show your love for this great cause, our CP Center that serves our families here in the Shoals area. This is the fundraising event of the year, the biggest anyway, for the CP Center. There's other events that they have throughout the year. I know there's a great run that they put on, a lot of great events, and this is just a real great family-type atmosphere this afternoon. You can see some of our patients here. Holly, we were just watching a video on her. What a movie star she is. And we want to introduce you to some of these kids, some of these families that are the reason why the CP Center must continue, because of all the hard work and the hope that they're giving the families here in the Shoals area. We want to recognize a lot of our contributors here this afternoon.
And because technology is such a great thing and a great part of what we do every day, if you're not at home, you can also stream us live. If you just go to our Facebook pages, which is UCP Center, you can click on the link there, and you can watch us live. And not only watch us, Joey, but you can also give on our PayPal account there on the Facebook page.
PayPal, we will take Visa, MasterCard, or, of course, we can send you your commitment through the mail. Whatever it is that we can do to get the donations, to continue the fundraising, to keep hope alive for our kids, our families here in the Shoals area that are recipients from the CP Center.
In honor of David Backus, Allen's Air Conditioning, Inc. of Tuscumbia, $25.
In honor of Ty and Maggie May Scott and Ivy Ballantyne, Raymond and Shirley Scott of Florence, $25.
In memory of Don McCall, Karen McCall of Florence, $50.
Kenneth Johnson making the commitment this afternoon, $150. Thank you, Kenneth.
We thank you so much to Janet Barnes of Sheffield for $25 in honor of Sydney Barnes.
In honor of all cerebral palsy children, Barbara Putman, $25.
In memory of Elaine L. Cox, Peggy Killen Jones of Florence, $30.
King Realty and Auction Company in Florence, $50.
Nadine Long of Florence, $10.
In memory of Brandon Aycock and in honor of Brentley Aycock, Miss Joan Powers of Tuscumbia is committing to $25. Thank you, Joan.
Shirley Johnson of Florence, $10.
Ricky and Becky Robertson of Tuscumbia, $50. Thank you, guys.
In honor of Wes Hugh and Olivia Bates, Wes Hugh of Waterloo, $20.
Della Brantley of Sheffield, $30.
Howard and Linda Pace of Muscle Shoals, $100.
In memory of James Rickman Lane, David Tweesme of Florence, $50.
Billy and Nancy Snoddy of Killen, $50.
In honor of Stella Berry, one of the service coordinators at UCP, Billy and Haroline Simmons of Killen are pledging $200. Thank you, guys.
In honor of 5 healthy grandchildren, Billy and Catherine Word of Anderson, Alabama, $50.
Thank you to Simpsons Enterprises, $100.
In honor of Brayley Ray and Brentley Robertson, Jeff and Cray Thompson of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Thank you to Camille Edwards of Florence, $5.
Caroline Cable of Florence, $10.
Tim Rovier, our buddy that is behind the scenes here making this telethon happen year after year, is making the commitment for $100. Thank you, Tim.
Center Star United Methodist Women in Killen, $100.
Shirley Avon of Florence is pledging $10. Thank you, Shirley.
Friendship Sunday School class in Edgemont United Methodist Church in Florence, $100.
In honor of Michaela Pruitt, Pam Pruitt of Florence, $10. Pam has had some health problems this year, and everyone at UCP wants her to know we love her, and we hope that she's better soon. May God bless, Pam.
Shirley Avon of Florence, $10.
In honor of M.J. Satchel, Gail Satchel of Sheffield is pledging $10. Thank you, Gail.
In honor of Michaela Pruitt, Tommy, Maddie, Emma, and Judah Pruitt of Florence, $10.
In honor of Elijah Brown, Janice Glore from Sheffield is pledging $100.
Ronnie and Sheila McNutt of Florence, $50.
In honor of Ella Duford, Denton's Pest Control in Lexington, $50.
Melinda Thompson of Killen, $100. Thank you very much, Melinda.
Thank you. And in honor of Holly Carmack, Jeff and Patrice Tucker of Killen, $25.
At this time, we'll go back to Amanda Hester for our talent.
I'm Brandy,
I'm Blake.
and this is little Miss Briley, and she's pretty much our superhero, you know. In June 2014, I found out that I was pregnant with this little Joy, and of course, I think I asked you 500 questions the night we found out, and yes, and we never knew that we were going to have a rock star, that's for sure. You know, you think about all these things, you try to imagine, what are they going to be like, who are they going to be, you know, are they going to be the president of the United States, or are they going to be, you know, the next scientist? Maybe they find a cure for something. You never know. So we proceeded, you know, our first scan, it looked great, 8-week scan, you know, just to make sure the baby's there, the heartbeat's good, all that good stuff. It was great, everything looked good. So we went back, you know, for all our routine stuff, 20-week scan, they found a little bit of fluid on her brain. And so we were like, you know, our fantastic OB doctor, he said, I'm just going to send you to UAB just to kind of check it out. So at 21 weeks, we went down and we saw the fluid on her brain. Yeah, it had relatively resolved. And so they said, well, just come back, you know, in a couple weeks and we'll check again. So we went back again and he said, you know, the fluid's resolved. He said, but what do you do for a living? And at that time, I was open heart recovery nurse. And so that's what I did. And he said, well, let's just take a peek at her heart. And I said, well, okay. Let's do that. And he kept looking from different angles. And finally he said, I'm sorry, but your baby has tetralogy of Fallot. And you know, your heart just kind of sinks. Because it's one of those things, you know, that you learn about in school and you just hear blue baby, that's all I could think of. But February the 5th, 7/27, she came into our lives, black and blue. And, you know, I didn't hear her cry. It felt like a lifetime, it really did. But she was a champ. You know, the first time I heard her cry, I was like, our world's changing right here and now. And it was perfect. You know, it's not one of those moments that you dream about of, oh, I get to cuddle my baby as soon as they're born. You know, it's not anything picture perfect. It's not movie. And the first time I saw her, I looked at my husband and I broke. I honestly did. I'm not one to cry, but I said, Blake, she has Down syndrome. And that was my first glance at her. You know, and you know, his first words to me after that, he said, it's okay, she's ours. And I said, you're exactly right. As soon as we came home, we were met by the UCP Center. And I tell you, it was a breath of fresh air, honestly. Because, you know, when Miss Stella came out and Julie the first time, they said, you know, what are your goals? What do you want to see Briley doing? And so we told them, we set goals, and, you know, we wanted to have some items that we thought, you know, that she should be doing at 6 months and whatnot, and every 6 months we reevaluate. Well, the breath of fresh air is that, you know, at 4 weeks old, she was having head control. At 6 weeks old, she rolled over. And, you know, and from there on out, it's on Briley time. And, you know, that's just how it is. But I tell you, having Miss Lucinda come out, you know, once a month and work with Briley and just see how strong that she's gotten. We made our own goals and we set out and we achieved those goals, that's for sure. So Miss Briley's sitting up, she's doing her own thing, she's rocking this life, and you know, nothing's gonna hold her back. We'll just keep on working, and like I said, everything's on her time, and she's doing absolutely amazing.
When the night has come and the land is dark and the moon is the only light we'll see, no, I won't be afraid. No, I won't be afraid. Just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that we look upon should tumble and fall, or the mountains would crumble to the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. If the sky that you look upon should crumble and fall, or the mountains would crumble at the sea, I won't cry, I won't cry, no, I won't shed a tear, just as long as you stand by me. So darling, darling, stand by me. Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me. Whenever you're in trouble, won't you stand by me? Oh, stand by me. Oh, stand now. Stand by me. Stand by me.
Hey there, we're here at the jail, and I've got four jailbirds that we need to get introduced. I've got Park Cochran, I've got Morse Lance, I've got Tony Brewer, and I've got Marita McCullum. They are all jailbirds and have been working feverishly trying to raise their money so that they can break out of jail. We're going to go to a couple of them just to see who they have reached out to, who they have raised monies from, and let's see what they've gotten.
I appreciate it. Thank you for the introduction. Once again this year, it's an honor to serve some jail time for United Cerebral Palsy. This has meant a lot to my family in particular. My wife, Julie's a physical therapist. All three of my children have at one point been at the UCP We Care. They provide services beyond just special needs, but means a lot to our family. You look around the room, you see the love in the room, and you know that this is a family. This means a lot. Everything that you do helps this local area and the families of children with special needs. Speaking of families, I wanted to wish a little girl happy birthday. This is her first time that she's not at the telethon. Rosemary Cochran, I'd like to wish you a happy 8th birthday. Your daddy loves you very much. I'd also ask for your help in getting me out of jail. I have had a few people contribute already. We've had Brenda Cochran call in. She has donated $50. Katie Cochran, my sister, in memory of Julie Schneider, has donated $100. Rosemary Cochran, I guess it's her allowance that she's spending, $20 donated to United Cerebral Palsy. Miss Amy Ruland has called, $100 in honor of my wife, and the United Cerebral Palsy physical therapist, Julie Cochran, has called. I also wanted to mention I got a couple of special notes to read here. Sheldon Hayes, who is the son of Lucinda Hayes, who works here at United Cerebral Palsy. She's the son of Lucinda, and he has worked with University Chevrolet to get a donation of $2,500 from University Chevrolet. They then reached out, and he worked the other side of the university family and got University Toyota and Hyundai to donate another $2,500. So I wanted to congratulate Lucinda Oyen and her son Sheldon for that achievement. And again, wanted to tell you how much I appreciate being here and look forward to busting out of jail.
Thank you. I'm Morris Lentz from Bank Independent, and I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today. Always counted an honor and a privilege to be a part of the United Cerebral Palsy Telethon. Just like Mr. Cochran, you see the children out here, and you see the smiles on their faces, and you see what good UCP does for this community, and it's all worthwhile. So I'm very honored to be a part of UCP. My number to call is 256-415-8382. That's 256-415-8382. And I would encourage all my friends in Rogersville and Lauderdale County to give me a call. Would like to read a few here that I have. We have Jean and Vicki Johnson from Rogersville. They're pledging $50 in honor of their grandson, Jace Bassham. Jace was a student here of UCP for many years, and Jace also, he's a celebrity in Rogersville, so we love Jace and what he means to our community. Also, Opal Romine, $50. And Opal, this is in honor of her great-grandson, Jace Bassham. So thank you, Miss Romine. Miss Gail Davis, $200 in honor of her great-nephew, Jace Bassham. So Jace is racking up the donations today. Also, the Rogersville Firefighters Association, $100. Stephen Leslie, $50. Stephen's from Muscle Shoals. Katie Summy, and that's in honor of Elliot Chambers for $50. Thank you, Katie. Stacy Caudill from Tuscumbia, $20. Thank you, Stacy. Molly Eddy, $10, and Molly is from Florence. Miss Ruby Gilbreth from Double Springs, Alabama, $25 in honor of Bella Gooch. Also, Amanda Gilbreth from Madison, $25 in honor of Bella Gooch. Just a few more. Julie Rose, I work with Julie at Bank Independent. Thank you, Julie, $25. Susan Cottrell from Florence, $50. Thank you, Susan. And Deborah Box, $25 from Cortland. And I have several more to read, but I'll pass the microphone on. So again, folks, call in and make your donations to UCP. This is something that is very worthwhile.
Morris, thank you. Parker, I'm not sure if we gave your phone number. What's your number? We got to get him out of jail too. It's 415-8384, and Morris again was 415-8382. So if you can, help those two gentlemen out. I've got Tony Brewer here with us. I'm going to introduce Tony. He is this your first time? First time. So y'all please share the love and call. His number is 415-8381, and he needs to get out of jail also. I'll let you read a few of your names.
Thank you. I'm Tony Brewer. I'm with First Metro Bank. it's an honor to be here. I've had some limited experience with the cerebral palsy, mostly with the half marathon that we have here. And the one thing that's extremely encouraging is the passion that that you see with the employees here towards these kids, and it's a fantastic cause. And my direct line here is 256-415-8381. Again, that's 256-415-8381. And I'd like to read a few names of donations that I have already had. Let's begin with Muscle Shoals Civitan Club has donated $1,000. Gary Monroe on behalf of Supersonic Car Wash, $250. Ricky Ville's Customs Homes has donated $100. Joe and Donna Keenum donated $50. Ken Davis, $20. Marie Waldrop, $50. Scott and Alicia Hathia from First Metro Bank, $50. Mike and Elaine Vaughn, $25. Steve and Becky Littrell, $100. John Kahn and his wife Shane, Greg Boland and his wife Nancy, all donated $100. And also Karen and Grover Johnson, $100. And I have a few more, but I will pass the microphone on. Again, please give me a call. My number is 256-415-8381.
Thank you, Tony. At this time, we're going to go over to our VIPs. Danny Hendricks, I'll let you take it over.
Julie, over here with two VIPs. We've got Mayor Mickey Haddock of Florence and Mayor Ian Sanford of Sheffield. This is not their first rodeo. They've been with us several years, and we're thankful that they'll spend part of their Sunday afternoon helping us raise money for the UCP Center. Mickey, glad to have you.
Thanks, Danny. It's good. It's always good to be with you. Thanks for inviting me to be back to help with this great cause, to try to help the center raise the funds that they need to keep these children a place to go. And it's so exciting, I know, when they have the opportunity to share and to do things together and to just enjoy a fun time. And I'm just pleased to be a part of it. I would like to encourage you to call me. I'm going to hand the microphone to Ian so you can't call him. So my number is 415-8377. Mayor Sanford, it's good to be with you too. 415-8377. Please light up my phone. Thank you.
Always good to share this with you, Mayor Haddock, and I'm just glad we're not in jail over there.
That's right.
This is an incredible thing that happens every year, and I appreciate being invited to be a part of it. Something I look forward to. So, but we do need these phones ringing. My number is 256-415-8378. So, and we're not in competition here, but all we need is your pledge. So, please do that. And the CP Center has a terrific staff. They do an awesome job, and let's reward them today and the children. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Mick. Get those phones ringing. We've got a goal of $125,000. We've only got 4 hours from 1 to 5 to raise the money. If you'd like to get your name on the VIP board, it takes a donation of $250 or more. And so right now we're going to read some pledges. Okay, we've got $250 pledge from Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West, also Bob and Carol Beavis. Got donations of $250 from Farmers and Merchants Bank. Also, the Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club has donated $250. Porter Garden Center. Also, Marty Stanley Automotive. Thanks, Marty. $250. Clyde and Penny Roberts and Hicks and Associates, $250. Devon King and Greg and Kim Pounders, $250 donations. Got an anonymous donation, and also Fisher Smith Animal Clinic, $250. Thomas and Dorothy Ray and family. Also the estate of A.D. and Mildred Ray, $250. Terry Anderson and Larry and Kathy Phillips, $250 donations. William T. Holden and also Singing River Dentistry, $250. Glenn and Dee Hollis, one of our Civitan members, and the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, $250. SunTrust Bank and Garnett Electric, $250. Central Heights United Methodist Church and Alan Rapoon, $250. Printers and Stationers Incorporated and Thomas Ross, $250. Ashley Anderson and Gateway Construction, $250. TVA Community Credit Union and Shoals Area Labor Council. Beavis Used Auto Parts in honor of Cannon Shepard, and Shoals ATV Riders in honor of Kelly Lee Whitehead. Charles C. Anderson in honor of Stacy Holcomb, and Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning, $250. Anonymous in honor of Joe Fulmer and the American Legion Post number 146 and Auxiliary number 146. Bill and Sheila Howard in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble. Also Bunch and James, $250. Ella Hall in honor of Stella Berry and Harriet Edwards in honor of Jack Martin. The Lane family in honor of Walter Hovatter, and the Lane family in honor of Haley Emmons. Joe and Nancy Yates, and Don and Brenda Miller, Civitan members, both of them. Certified Alarm, and Dennis and Gail Morgan in honor of Colby Oakley. Sheffield Masonic Lodge, number 503, and Brenda Wright in honor of Grady Richardson. John and Sana K. Webb, and also Travis and Cynthia Hovatter in honor of Walter Hovatter. Randall Hester, Allstate Insurance, and H&N Construction in honor of Walter Hovatter. Kylie Mahan, Colbert Pharmacy, and Kylie and Angie Frederick. Or Kyle, excuse me, Kyle. Bill Countess, Trading Post Discount Drugs, and Ken Aday, Crossroads Pharmacy. Wes Mayfield at Russellville Drugs and First Metro Bank in Tuscumbia. And Park Cochran, State Farm, $250. Okay, we're going to go back over to Joey and Chris.
Thank you very much, Danny. And we have a new total, Chris. Ladies and gentlemen, $23,750. That's not bad. We got a long way to go, and your opportunity to make these pledges here this afternoon. We want to make sure that you're acknowledged and your pledge is read. We thank you so much for the commitment that you're making to our kids. All the money raised stays right here in the Shoals area. Such a worthy cause, the CP Center on Hook Street in Tuscumbia. Please invest in our children with us this afternoon.
Joey, what about this? Since we are on the World Wide Web, we're streaming live.
Yes.
If you go to our Facebook page, UCP Center, you can click on there. It'll give you all the instructions. Why don't we have a contest?
What kind of contest, Chris?
Well, I think that because we are in this position where we can do this, I think we should have a contest to see how far away our pledges can come in.
Oh, that sounds awesome. How far, worldwide, can we get a pledge?
That's right. So this is what you do. Whenever you make a pledge, on that page, let us know where you're from, and we'll announce it on air, no matter how small or how big your pledge is. But this is really just how important it is for us to make sure that everybody knows, not just in Tuscumbia, not just in Florence, but everybody knows how important it is for you to make an investment in our children.
Please invest this afternoon. We want to acknowledge your commitment and recognize you this afternoon, like Kathy Holbrooks from Muscle Shoals, $25. Thank you, Kathy.
Like Jeff and Patrice Tucker of Killen, $25.
Rhonda and Jerry Country of Florence, $100.
In honor of Trey Stockwell, PD and Betty Terry of Florence, $25.
Randy and Marion Hester of Tuscumbia donated $25 in the memory of Dr. Howard Gamble. Thank you.
In memory of Noble Holland, Donna Holland of Leeton, $100.
Mary Gates of Tuscumbia, $20.
In honor of Stephanie Ezell, Tim and Debbie Ezell of 5 Points, Tennessee, $100.
In honor of Wesley Spurgeon, Carrie, and Jane Thomas of Tuscumbia, committing $50. Thank you, guys.
Virginia Gilchrist of Florence, $100.
Chris and Julie Letzinger of Muscle Shoals donating $75 in the memory of Landon Letzinger.
Richard Tucker of Tuscumbia, $100.
Betty Sissy Simpson of Iron City, Tennessee donated $25 in honor of Holly Tucker.
Herschel White of Florence donated $100 in honor of London Thackett.
Thank you to Phil Wigington of State Farm, $100.
Dave Heights of Tuscumbia, $25.
In honor of Chad Phillips, Oakland Volunteer Fire Department, $100.
Danny and Paulette Abernathy of Florence, $20.
In honor of Holly Tucker, Cheryl Wyman of Athens, $25. Thank you.
Jim and Susan Shedd of Tuscumbia, $20.
Donna Wilson from Loretto, Tennessee, $25. Thank you, Donna.
Thank you to Marcus Ford of Muscle Shoals, $15.
Ronnie and Jean May of Muscle Shoals donated $100 in honor of their grandchildren, Lindsay, Brentley, Lauren, and Gunnar.
Kathy Holbrooks of Muscle Shoals, $25.
Thank you to MJ Carter and Company of Florence, $100.
Rhonda and Jerry Cordray of Florence, $100.
Kenneth and Tanya Shelton of Killen donated $25, and Angela Richardson.
In memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, Randy and Martin Hester of Tuscumbia, $25.
Jill Perry of Rogersville donated $25 in honor of Kathy Ashford.
In honor of a legend, Wesley Spurgeon, Carrie and Jane Thompson of Tuscumbia, $50.
Thank you to Doris Creasy of Florence, $100 in honor of Bradley Dupree. Thank you, Doris.
Chris and Julie Lester of Muscle Shoals donated $75 in memory of Landon Lester.
Mike and Pat Faulkner of Muscle Shoals donated $175 in honor of their grandchildren, Blake and Savannah Faulkner.
Betty Simpson of Iron City, Tennessee donated $25 in honor of Haley Tucker.
Carrie and Suzanne Peck of Killen, $50.
In honor of Chad Phillips, Oakland Fire Department, Volunteer Fire Department, $100.
Ben and Daniel Romine donated $25 in honor of Angela Richardson.
In honor of Haley Tucker, Cheryl Whitman of Athens, $25.
In memory of our parents, Galen and Ann Holden are committing $50 this afternoon. Thank you, guys.
Donna Wilson of Loretto, Texas, Tennessee, $25.
Holly Smith of Florence, $100.
And at this time, we'll move over to the jail.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We're going to check back in here with our jailbirds and see how they're coming along. I've got Marita McCullum, who is at CB&S Bank. I'm going to let her kick us off.
Hi, my name is Marita McCullum. I'm filling in for Scott Lovelace, and I'd like to read some of my pledges today. H&N Construction and Company, $250 in honor of Walter Hovatter. Ronald Gaskew, $25. Lee Springer, $100. Danny and Allison McWilliams, $150. Plumbers and Steam Fillers, $500. Tim Gilbreth, $500 in honor of Stacy Home and his first fishing day. If you could, please give me a call at 256-415-8380 to get me out of jail. Thanks.
Thank you, Marita. Let's check back in with Park. He's had a few phone calls, so let's see how he's doing.
I appreciate it. Yeah, the phone has been ringing pretty well up here, and I appreciate the phone calls. We've got a couple of new names to read. I'd like to start with Mr. Billy Reed. Billy Reed has called in. He has donated $250. Thank you, Billy. We appreciate that donation. Jesse Johnston and his family have donated $100. Jesse plays baseball for Coach Reed and I, and we are thrilled to have you call in. Jesse, he's a first-time donor. We appreciate your help there. Russell Pegg and his family have called in with a donation of $100. Thank you, Russell. I'd also like to mention another baseball player from the Shoals Sound, Walsh Nelson and his family have donated $20. So we appreciate the donations. Keep them coming. We've had a pretty steady phone up here, and would appreciate it if that would continue. But thank you again for your donations.
Would you like to say something?
No, I'm fine, but thank you.
This young lady's been helping it. Your name again?
Alex.
Alex is a public communications major at UNA, so we appreciate her being here with us.
Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Listen, folks, it's very easy to donate. I heard Park talking about how easy it is. Let me tell you how this works. All you do is just call in. We take your name, your address, and we bill you. You pay later, and we mail this to you. So it's very simple, real easy. Don't have to give us any kind of credit card numbers or anything now. Just give us your name, address, how much you want to donate, and we'll mail you the card. So pretty simple. I have a few donations I would like to read. The Cook's Pest Control, the Florence office employees of Cook's Pest Control has sponsored one child. So thank you very much, Cook's Pest Control. I'm personally donating myself $100 in honor of my parents, Wayne and Sylvia Lentz from Rogersville. Jeff and Elizabeth Gargus, $25, and this is in honor of their grandsons, Trace, Will, and Connor Gargus. Thank you so much, Jeff and Elizabeth. Also, Mr. Ray Joe Cagle, my neighbor, $25 in memory and in honor of his wife, Kathy Cagle. My parents, Wayne and Sylvia Lentz from Rogersville, $50. Marlon Smith from Russellville, Alabama, $50. Thank you, Marlon. David Lively, he works in our Moulton office of Bank Independent. Thank you, David, $20 donation. Shirley Kennedy from Anderson, good friend of mine, $25. Thank you, Miss Kennedy. Also, Tammy White from Anderson, $25. And this is in memory of Amber and Will Luter and Jason Bucklew. Deborah Johnson from Cherokee, $10. Mike Underwood, $10 from Killen. Thank you, Mike. Melissa Sides, I work with Melissa in the Rogersville office, $40. Thank you, Melissa. Paula Smith, $25. Linda Pounders from Tuscumbia, $10. Joanne Beck from Muscle Shoals, $100. Kimberly Lee from Decatur, $25. Ramadine Thornton, $10 from Decatur. And Mike Lowe from Hartselle, Alabama, $15. So thank you so much for calling. My number to call is 256-415-8382. And again, very simple. Just call us. And I think she's made me a sign. Look at there. Get me out first. Okay. Thank you very much. So please call in with your donations. They're very much appreciated. Thanks.
Morris, thank you. This time we'll go over to our VIP.
Okay, we're back over here with Mickey Haddock and Ian Sanford, and we got to get these phones ringing. Mickey's number is 415-8377, and Ian's 415-8378. But before I get to them, we've got some folks back here that are spending part of their Sunday with us and answering the phones, and they're on the main number, 415-8370, and I want each of them to introduce themselves, and I want you to keep them busy.
Hi, I'm Brianna Butler. I'm actually the admissions coordinator at Columbia Cottage Assisted Living here in Florence. And this is a cause that's very near and dear to me. So give me a call. My number is 256-415-8370. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Miss Ian Lowe with First Southern Bank. We'd love for you to call. I'll take your donations. All of First Southern employees, get on the phone and call, please. My number is 256-415-8375.
I'm Pat McKinney, and I'm a member of the Florence Civitan Club, and we're helping with this. And we need you to call. My number is 256-415-8376. Thank you.
Okay, we've got one more. She just got off.
Hi, I'm Angie Walker. I'm with First Southern Bank. I'm here with my daughter. Please give us a call. My number is 256-415-8374.
All right, let's keep them busy. They have come out to help us raise money, and looks like Ian might have a pledge to read. Ian?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Danny. We have a $250 pledge from the Sheffield Kiwanis Club, and just having eaten at the Florence Kiwanis Club this past Friday and at the Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club last weekend, I know they've got money. So if anybody's listening there, we'll give you a challenge there for the $250 that Sheffield Club is doing. Also have two other pledges from Mike and Christy Martin of Sheffield. One is in honor of the 3 healthy grandsons, and the other is also for $100. It's in memory of Miss Kathleen Thrasher that most people in Sheffield knew, and we appreciate Mike and Christy donating that. Now, since they have started that off, I would like for others that may be viewing to give me a call. Let's keep the phone ringing. I'm only here for another 30 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Keep Mickey and Ian busy. 415-8377 is Mickey's number. 415-8378 is Ian's number. And I know it's a pretty day, but go on, call us in some donations. Okay, we're going to go over to the board and read some donations. We've got a $1,000 donation from Dr. Larry Holcomb in honor of Stacy Holcomb. we've got a $2,000 donation from Rodney and Laquita Logan. Thank you both. University Chevrolet, $2,500, and University Toyota and University Hyundai, $2,500. Wes and Marcy Oberholzer, $1,500. The City of Muscle Shoals, $1,500. Randall Fuller and employees at Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning and Plumbing, $1,000 donation. Sam's Club and also the Lane family in memory of James Lane, $1,000. VIP donors of $750, Widows, Sons, the Brethren, $900. Morrison Funeral Home and Doug and Lisa Ruggles, $500. Muscle Shoals Area Street Rods Club and Jay and Susie Martin, $500. George and Rudy Pillow in honor of their grandson Walter Hovatter, and Grace Chapel Free Will Baptist Church, $500. Carly Korfman in memory of her sister Mackenzie Korfman, and also Briggs Tax Service, $500. Nancy Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley, Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 760, $500 donation. Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Logan Pharmacy, and Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Dalton Pharmacy, $500 each. Tim Gilbreth in honor of Stacy Holcomb and his first fishing day, $500. $250 donations are Glenn Cox in honor of Genzie Cox, $300, and also the Central Heights Civitan Club, $250. Canaan United Methodist Church and Droke Hearing Aid Center in honor of Alex Littrell, $250. First Missionary Baptist Church and also Harold Quickprint, Jack and Joan Martin, $250. New Hope Church of Christ and Dr. John and Debbie Hamilton, $250. Dow and Skeeter Reichert in honor of our grandchildren, and Catherine Lassiter in memory of David Lassiter, $250. Jan and Jerry Fulmer and also Raymond Asbel, $250 donations. Valley Credit Union and Janet Yu, $250. Pete and Tanya Williford and also Dr. Greg and Laura Adderholt, $250. Judge and Mrs. Leslie Johnson in honor of our grandchildren Walt and Josie Johnson, and Rebecca and Greg Hovatter in honor of Walter Patrick Hovatter. Dr. Keith and Amy Garrett in honor of Wesley Spurgeon and Mackenzie Korfman, and Mary Alice Underwood in honor of my grandchildren and children. The Gamble family in memory of Dr. Howard R. Gamble, and Right Solutions in honor of Justin Ross. Paul Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter, and Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster. This time we're going to go back over to Chris and Joey.
Thank you, Danny. Here we are. We've got a long way to go. We're a little over $23,000 in the total. And here's your opportunity this afternoon. Our number is up. They're on the screen. Please make that commitment. Visa, MasterCard accepted, but you can just call in and we can give you an invoice as to the amount you're pledged. So please, would you donate this afternoon and give to this worthy cause?
And I think by the end of the day, they'll get tired of me saying go to our Facebook page because we're streaming live. But that's just how important it is. We have people who are making us available to anyone who really wants to donate. And I think it's very important. So what we want to do right now is we want to give some attention to those people who have already made some donations, Joey.
Thank you very much to Mr. Billy Baggett of Florence, $25.
MJ Carter and Company of Florence, $100.
Philip and Juliana Bowling of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Kenneth and Tanya Shelton of Killen donated $25 in honor of Angela Richardson.
In memory of Elaine L. Cox, Peggy Killen Jones of Florence, $30.
Philip and Regina Hoey of Rogersville donated $100 in honor of Jace Basom.
King Realty and Auction Company in Florence, $50.
Jill Perry of Rogersville donated $25.
Nadine Long of Florence, $10.
Doris Shreesley of Florence donated $100 in honor of Bradley Dupree.
In honor of Michaela Pruitt, Pam Pruitt of Florence, $10.
Thank you goes to Carrie and Susan Peck of Killen, $50.
Danny and Paulette Abernathy of Florence, $20.
Thank you to the Folk Sunday School class of First Cumberland Presbyterian Church in Rogersville, $100.
In honor of Trey Sockwell, PD, and Betty Terry of Florence, $25.
Helen Hunts of Tuscumbia, $10.
In memory of Stephanie Ezel, Tim and Debbie Ezel of 5 Points, Tennessee, $100. Thank you, guys.
Thank you to Lindsay Oliver of Lexington, Alabama, $100.
Richard Parker of Tuscumbia, $100.
Randy and Brenda Phillips of Florence, $150 in honor of Brendan McCarvey.
Herschel White of Florence has donated $100 in honor of Landon Tackett.
Joyce Harper of Florence, $35.
Jim and Susan Shedd of Tuscumbia, $20.
$100 comes from Stella Berry of Sheffield in honor of Drake Scott.
Thank you, Kathy Holbrooks of Muscle Shoals, pledging $25.
Carrie and Roger Burns of Sheffield, $50.
In honor of Holly Carmack, Jeff and Patrice Tucker of Killen, $25.
Deborah Yarborough of Florence, $20.
Kenneth and Tanya Shelton of Killen donated $25 in honor of Angela Richardson.
Derek and Christy Richardson of Rogersville, $100 in honor of Angela Richardson.
John and Lynn Ingerson of Killen, $100.
Park Cochran of State Farm of Florence, $250.
A big thank you to the Sheffield Masonic Lodge, number 503, $250.
Mona and Jake Mackey of Muscle Shoals, $50 for their grandson, Kanan Shepard.
John and Sana K. Webb of Sheffield, $250.
At this time, we'll go back to the jail.
Thank you. We're going to come back over to the jail. We've got Tony Brewer we're going to come back to, but before I do that, I would like for everyone to please, I'm encouraging you to pick up the phone, make a donation. There is not a donation that is too small. You can sponsor a child for as little as $250, and every dollar of those funds that are raised stays here in the Shoals area. So please pick up your phones.
I've had a lot more donations since we spoke last. So first, I want to say I got a donation from Monty and Dolores Cotton for $50. First Metro Bank has donated $250. Myself and Bridget Hollis, $100. And her parents, $25. David and Judy Hollis. Anita Crittenton donated $25. Harold Kimbrew, on behalf of Mounting Systems and Kimbrew Automotive, donated $250. Bruce Thompson of Thompson Family Chiropractic donated $100. And Luke Kyle, he's the new Chick-fil-A owner in Muscle Shoals. Luke donated $100. So please keep the phones ringing. Give me a call, 256-415-8381.
Hi, I'm Maritza McCullum, and I would like to read my donations. Dr. and Miss Matt Wilbanks, $200. Travis and Debbie Howard, in honor of Haley Tucker, $100. Jessica Pritchard, in honor of Caleb and Kinsley, $25. Gary Keenum Construction, $250, in honor of all construction finishers to donate.
That's going to be a challenge. Gary has asked to challenge all concrete finishers, so please call in. At this time, we're going to come back over to Park.
Appreciate the opportunity again. I've had a couple more calls, a couple of baseball players out there. It looks like a challenge to me. They're going to challenge all the baseball players in the Shoals area. We've got a couple of the 11U Rippers. One of those is Carson May, who plays for us. Carson is going to donate $25. Carson, I guess that's $5 for every base hit you're going to get in the next couple weeks. Parkhurst Cochran, my son, 11U Ripper, is donating $25 as well. He's got a big day ahead of him, too. He's going to play for a regional championship tonight with the Mars Hill Panthers. So wanted to thank those guys. And once again, wanted to mention Coach Billy Reed, who donated $250. Jesse Johnston, who plays for the Shoals Sound baseball team, he has donated $100. And Russell Pigg and his family have donated $100. So thanks again, guys. Keep the phones ringing.
Thanks so much. I had a good friend of mine call in from Rogersville, Kenneth McKinney. He has pledged $50, and this is in honor of his mom, Sarah McKinney. Also, a couple of ones that I had previously, some big ones. Miss Gail Davis, thank you, $200, and that's in honor of her great-nephew, Jace Basham. And also Cook's Pest Control, the Florence office, sponsored one child. again, folks, very easy, very simple to call in and donate. Again, you just call in. We'll fill out one of these cards. We'll put your name on it, and they'll put it in the mail to you. You just mail it back. That simple. So, folks, support this great organization. Cerebral Palsy of the Shoals. This is the 52nd year. 52nd year. I can remember watching this show when I was 5 or 6 years old, when it was the all-night show, and I would stay up all night and watch the entertainment, and it's always been I guess a tradition for me to watch the program and also to participate. So I appreciate the opportunity to participate with UCP. So call in, folks. We need your donations.
Morris, thank you. Yes, it is imperative that you pick up the phone, make a call. The ladies here on the phones would love for you to find them something to do. So at this point, if you will, just give them a call. I'd like to come over to the VIP table now. Danny?
Okay, and back over here with Mickey Haddock and Ian Sanford. Mick, you got any donations?
I do, Thanny. Thank you very much. Scotty and Vicki Phillips have called in. They want to donate $100 in memory of their son, Daniel Phillips. So, Scotty and Vicki, thank you so much for that. We appreciate that. Please keep our phones ringing. My phone number is 256-415-8377. Remember, we can also take credit cards if you'd like to do it by credit card. 415-8377. Ian?
Thank you. My phone's been a little silent since last time. I've just put it on my Facebook page. I put the link on there, so go there. I know people are at home scrolling that Facebook, and stop for a moment, give a call, 415-8378, and we got about 20 more minutes here, so Mickey and I, it's going to continue till 5, but please get the phone ringing. We'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, Ian. Thanks, Mick. We've also got some folks back here waiting on your call, 415-8370, and that will roll over to the other numbers. They're spending their Sunday with us to try to help us raise money for the CP Center. Okay, let's go over back to the big board. We've got a $250 donation from Dr. Keith and Amy Garrett in honor of Wesley Spurgeon and Mackenzie Korfman. Mary Alice Underwood in honor of my children and grandchildren, $250. The Gamble family in memory of Dr. Howard R. Gamble, very active in the CP Center for years. We miss him. Right Solutions in honor of Justin Ross, $250. $250 from Paul Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter. Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster, $250. Woodman of the World Life in memory of Linda Robinson, and also Holden's Clothing, $250 donation. Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West, and also Bob and Carol Beavis, $250. Farmers and Merchants Bank and the Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club, $250. Porter Garden Center, and also Marty Stanley Automotive, $250. Clyde and Penny Roberts and Hicks and Associates, $250. Devon King and Greg and Kim Pounders, $250. Have an anonymous donation, and we also have a $250 from Fisher Smith Animal Clinic. Thomas and Dorothy Ray and family, and also the estate of A.D. and Mildred Ray, $250. Terry Anderson, and also Larry and Kathy Phillips, $250. William T. Holden and the Singing River Dentistry, $250. Glenn and Dee Hollis and the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, $250. SunTrust Bank and Garnett Electric, $250. Central Heights United Methodist Church, and also Allen Rapoon, $250. Printers and Stationers Incorporated and Thomas Ross, $250. Ashley Anderson and Gateway Construction, $250. TVA Community Credit Union and the Shoals Area Labor Union, $250. Beavis Used Auto Parts in honor of Cannon Shepard, and Shoals ATV Riders in honor of Kelly Lee Whitehead. Charles C. Anderson in honor of Stacy Holcomb, and Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning, $250. Another anonymous in honor of Joe Fulmer, and the American Legion post number 146 and auxiliary number 146. Bill and Sheila Howard in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, and Bunch and James, $250. Ella Hall in honor of Stella Berry, and Harriet Edwards in honor of Jack Martin. The Lane family in honor of Walter Hovatter, and the Lane family in honor of Haley Emmons. Joe and Nancy Yates, and Don and Brenda Miller, Civitan families, $250. Certified alarm, and also Dennis and Gail Morgan in honor of Colby Oakley. Thanks, Dennis and Gail. Sheffield Masonic Lodge number 503, and also Brenda Wright in honor of Grady Richardson. John and Sana K. Webb, and also Travis and Cynthia Hovatter in honor of Walter Hovatter. Randall Hester, Allstate Insurance, and H&N Construction in honor of Walter Hovatter. Kyle Mahan, Colbert Pharmacy, and Kyle and Angie Frederick, $250. Bill Countess at Trading Post Discount Drugs, and Ken Ade at Crossroads Pharmacy, $250. Wes Mayfield at Russellville Drugs, and First Metro Bank in Tuscumbia, $250. Park Cochran State Farm, $250, and also Shoals Home Builders. Randy Bratton at Bratton Properties, and Clint and Missy Wilkes at the Abstract and Title Company. Attorney Billy Underwood and Panders and Associates, $250. First Southern Bank in honor of Colby Oakley, and also Brink Apartments LLC, $250. Power Cleaning Equipment, Joe Jackson, and also J&J Enterprises, $250. Chad, Valerie, and Scott Oakley in honor of Colby Oakley, $250. Okay, get those phones ringing. We got to get our goal. This time we're going to go back up to Joey.
Thank you very much, Danny. New total, ladies and gentlemen, we're at $32,500 on our way till 5 o'clock this afternoon. That's when we're going to come up against that hard break that's going to take us out of this telethon this afternoon. But our goal, $125,000. Shoals, please put your money together. Let's make this happen. Let's keep the CP Center in Tuscumbia funded and continue forever.
Forever. And that's a mighty long time.
That's a mighty long time. Beautiful ladies, thank you guys so much for all you're doing here this afternoon. And I'd like to introduce you to
Anna Shea.
Anna Shea. You and I, we've known each other for a few years, haven't we?
Yes, this is my 19th year here. And I brought 5 sisters with me this year. We actually have 2 in jail. This is Hannah, and Ashley, and Justice. And we are here just trying to raise money, trying to volunteer, and we want to challenge all of the other Greek organizations at UNA to donate.
Okay, fantastic. There you go, Chris. There's a great challenge.
Anna Shea, tell us the name of your organization.
FIMU.
FIMU. Well, there you go. The challenge has been initiated. Those of you out there at University of North Alabama, hey, you guys have got a great opportunity here to help out with this great cause. And I know, Anna Shea, you've been personally involved with this organization for many years. What can you say about this group of people here? What can you say about them?
They are all like amazing. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna cry. My mom, she does physical therapy here, and like I said, this is my 19th year, but everything about the place is awesome.
It's very personal to you, isn't it? Because you've gotten to know a lot of these kids, these families, because your mama's Lucinda, and she works there at the CP Center. So it's kind of a family thing. And I know your brother has been involved in a tremendous fundraising event over there at University.
University Hyundai. So he got them, and he kind of reached out, and so I tried to talk to him a little bit, and we got it.
It's amazing what you guys are doing, and we thank you ladies for spending time here this afternoon. A good cause. Please get your donations in. You can help out, and for the challenge again, please give that challenge again if you would.
All of the Greek organizations at UNA.
All right, there you go.
Thank you so much, ladies. We really appreciate your time. And Joey, that's really encouraging for me because look at what one family has done. You know, over $5,000 in donations today, over 20 years of support and volunteerism for the UCP Center. Just amazing what one family can do.
Yes, you know, Chris, getting to know Aunt Shay and Lucinda and the entire family there, appreciate you guys and your work with the CP Center throughout the years. And that's the whole thing, the passion. You know, the most valuable thing that a person can give other than their love is their labor. That means a lot. Does the hard work and the passion that the staff there at the CP Center puts in to what they do is precious. You can see the transformation. I know you've seen this personally. It happens with some of these young children that come in, and your mom and the staff, they're working with them and take them from that place sometimes so challenging that they don't know what they're going to do. But it's that hope. It's that hope that the CP Center provides to keep on. Tomorrow is going to be better than today, that there is a place where they can have consistency and continuity. There is that hope, that ever-present love that you get at the CP Center. That's what it's all about, isn't it?
Now, Joey, the last time we were up here, we gave a challenge. We were trying to figure out how far away we could get a donation from. Unfortunately, Joey, to this point, I haven't gotten one to read yet.
I haven't gotten one yet.
So we're going to send that challenge out again. If you go to our Facebook page, which is UCP Center, like our page, you can stream us live from that particular page. And we want to make sure that the contest is alive and well. So we want to see how far away we can get a donation.
Would you do that? Will you make that donation, that commitment here this afternoon? Because there's a lot of families here in the Shoals area that benefit from the CP Center, giving that hope that tomorrow is going to be better than today. There is a place that you can go. The passion of the staff there at the CP Center as it continues to nurture and provide that love and that hope that's got to continue. We must do our part, Shoals, to make sure that this continues, the CP Center on Hook Street in Tuscumbia. Will you make that commitment this afternoon? Will you make that pledge? Please.
Each year I come here, I get so excited because the parking lot is full long before we get here and long before we start working, Joy. So there's so many people who are behind the scenes making sure that it's a seamless transition for the day. You know, CW is one of the big partners, and Mike and those guys who are in the back, Tim, and they make sure everything is ready. And we even have the mayor here today. So the town pretty much shuts down in Tuscumbia for us to make sure that we can give back to the UCP Center of Tuscumbia.
We have some great talent coming this afternoon. Just want to let you know, Gary Nichols, Grammy Award-winning Gary Nichols, will be here performing in our last hour. So please tell everyone that Gary's going to be on, and we're going to hear some great music there from Gary. Some great talent, some great volunteers here this afternoon helping to make this cause happen.
UCP Center pulling out all the stops. Nothing is inappropriate. Nothing's not too big for us to make sure that everybody gets a chance. And not only are you going to be donating, but you also get an opportunity to meet some great talent.
Yeah, Visa, MasterCard, we can take PayPal. I know we're kind of heading everyone into the Facebook page. We are streaming on the World Wide Web on YouTube. So please make your donations and help us out. Let's go talk to some jailbirds now and see who's in jail.
Joey, thank you. We are going to come back over to the jailbirds, and we have a new one that's just joined us. It's Daryl Thrasher. Daryl has 2 pages and very full pages to read. So I'm going to turn it over to him and let him introduce himself and tell you a little bit about why he's here.
Hi, I'm Daryl Thrasher from Muscle Shoals. I own Leighton and Dalton Pharmacy. We are honored to be here to get donations for the UCP Center. I know firsthand here what a great service they provide. My son Bradford Thrasher, who I have here to the right of me, he was a preemie, and they helped him reach his milestones. And also he has a twin brother, Bryce Thrasher, and they both attended the We Care daycare, and they both are great services. And we just want everyone to call in and give donations. Every little bit helps, and it goes a long ways. And let me call out and thank some of the folks that we've got donations from. I want to thank Rodney and Laquita Logan, $2,000 donation. Logan Pharmacy and Dalton Pharmacy, which that's me and my wife, Vicki. That's a $500 donation each. First Metro Bank of Tuscumbia, Kyle DeFore, $250 donation. Kyle and Angie Frederick of Killen, $250 donation. Randall Hester with Allstate Insurance, Muscle Shoals, $250 donation. Colbert Pharmacy in Sheffield, Kyle Myhan, $250 donation. Village Discount Drugs, Kevin Arnold, $100 donation. The Trading Post, Discount Drugs, Bill Countess, $250 donation. Crossroads Pharmacy with Ken A. Day, $250 donation. Russell Drugs, West Mayfield, $250. Attorney Tina Parker of Florence, $150 donation. Muscle Shows Center, which is William Britton and Cindy Parker of Muscle Shows, $100. Dr. Mike McCleary, the dentist, Florence, $100. Dr. Jack and Sherry McClendon, Muscle Shows, $100. Gene and Faye Acock, Muscle Shows, $100. Underwood and Associates, Bubba Underwood, Tuscumbia, $100. And Ashley and Becky Johnson of Lebanon, Tennessee, that's my sister and brother-in-law, $100.
Thank you, Daryl. What we'll do now, I've got Park on the phone. He's taking, just getting off the phone from taking a donation, so we're going to come to him and let him finish out his time.
Just hung up with Dr. Rye Griffin of Florence, Alabama, who has donated $100. Appreciate it, Dr. Griffin, great dentist in Florence. Also wanted to reiterate a donation that we got earlier. This came from Lucinda Oyen's son, who Lucinda works for United Cerebral Palsy of the Shoals. Her son works for University Chevrolet and was able to get them to donate $2,500 to United Cerebral Palsy, and then turned around and went to University Toyota and was able to get another $2,500 from University Toyota and Hyundai. So I wanted to give a special shout out to Sheldon Hayes. Appreciate your work there, and thank you for the donations. Once again, this is a great cause. I've appreciated the opportunity to serve in jail, serve some time here. And before I leave, I'd like the phone to ring a few more times. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you also for having me here at the Telethon. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be a part of this great organization, something that is very worthwhile. Got a few more seconds. Give me a call, 256-415-8382. Do need to make a correction. I mentioned a name by mistake earlier. It's Mike McKinney. That's Mike McKinney. He pledged $50 in honor of his mom, Sarah McKinney. Just a couple of more I want to read off. David Lively, $20. Deborah Johnson, $10. Paula Smith, $25. Joanne Beck, $100. Rachel Cagle, in memory in honor of his wife, Kathy Cagle. Jeff and Elizabeth Gargis, $25 in honor of their grandsons, Trace, Will, and Connor Gargis. Also, my parents, Wayne and Sylvia Lentz, $50. Ruby Gilbreth and Amanda Gilbreth, $25 each in honor of Bella Gooch. And also Miss Gail Davis, $200 in honor of her great-nephew, Jace Bassham. So thank you so much for having me. I always look forward to this every year. It's a wonderful organization here in the Shoals. And just because we're leaving doesn't mean that you don't stop calling. Keep calling. They've got a big goal to reach. And please help this great organization. Thanks.
Morris, that's right. We do have a large goal, but every dollar is needed. So at this time, we're going to turn it over to Danny Hendricks.
Okay, we're back over here with our VIPs, and right now I want to say goodbye to Ian Sanford and Mickey Haddock. Done a great job. We appreciate it. This is several years in a row that y'all both been on, and we really appreciate you coming. And thanks a lot, and we'll see you next year. Before we get, all right, thanks. Before we get to our other VIPs, I want to introduce a VIP. Julie Ham is the president of the Florence Civitan Club. And Julie, we've been hosting this for about 52 years, and Julie has our presentation.
What I'd like to do, Danny, is to present the check on behalf of the Florence Civitan Club. We've got $2,000 that we'd like to donate to the UCP Center. That's how much we believe in everything that they do. So we are challenging. I know that the other clubs here, the other Civitan clubs have all made donations. So Members, if you haven't made your personal donation, we are asking you to give us a call. But on behalf of the club, we'd like to present this from the Florence Civitan Club.
Thank you, Julie. All right. Okay, we have two new VIPs here. They're not really new, but they are new to us. Got Gil Self, who is a circuit judge in Lauderdale County. Also got Bryce Graham, who's the district attorney in Colbert County. And I think right off the bat, y'all have some pledges to read, don't you, Gil? Glad to have you, man.
Yes, sir. Always a pleasure, Danny. Well, we sent out a challenge to the Colbert County Courthouse here recently, and I have to say Colbert County responded well. Initially, with my compatriot here, Mr. Bryce Graham, has already pledged $100. Joe Keenum from Keenum Construction is $250. You got Rick Hall of Hall and Tanner, fine firm there in Tuscumbia, $200. Ralph Holt, fine lawyer over here in Florence, Alabama, has pledged $200. I'm glad to see the bar stepping up well. Tony Hughes, $50. Another fine lawyer, Jeff and Melinda Austin, $200. Ronnie Garner, $100. Chad Smith, $200. I'll also say that I've heard from our local judges here in Lauderdale County. In fact, I just got a call from Mr. Will Powell, our chief assistant district attorney, who has pledged $100. Bryce, what you got?
All right, everybody, let's get the phones ringing now. We really need everybody's help on this, but my first and probably the most important person is Camille Coker. That's Judge Coker, Judge Chad Coker's daughter, $100. So Camille wanted me to call her name first, so that's what I'm doing. Camille Coker and Judge Chad Coker, district judge in Colbert County. Mighty fine judge, so they've donated $100. We have William Hoviter, who is an attorney in Colbert County, who's also donated $100. Danny Foster, $300. That's the Rattlesnake Saloon over there in Colbert County, so if y'all get a chance, go pay them a visit. Billy Underwood, who's an attorney in Colbert County, $50. Mr. Gary Alverson, former district attorney, $100. Okay, and y'all keep it coming in. Now, we got to have it. Now, let's get off the hip and help everybody. The number to call here for me and Judge Self will be 256-415-8377. Okay.
Thank you, Danny.
Okay, Bryce does have a number down there, too. His is 78, but Gil wasn't going to tell him that. So he was kind of messing with him. But anyway, we've got these guys going to spend an hour with us, and they need some more calls. It's a beautiful day outside. If you've got some friends, call them and tell them to come on and give us a call and donate. So right now we're ready to go to video. Okay, ready to go to video.
Hi, my name is Leah. My daughter is Hallie. She is 22 months. I guess we started coming to the UCP Center back in May of last year, 2015. We didn't know anything, that she had any kind of problems when she was born. I didn't start suspecting anything, I guess, until like when I thought she should start pulling up and crawling, and because she went through all the normal stages. She rolled at 4 months, she sat up by the time she was 6 months, all that. She did fine, you know, everything was on pace, on point. But then by like 9-10 months, all she wanted to do was roll. She didn't want to crawl. She didn't want to, had no intentions of pulling up, anything like that. So I kind of was concerned at my 9 months checkup, but her pediatrician said, let's just wait. All kids are different. You know, all kids do things differently. So we did. We put it off again, and so At her, I think it was her 12 months appointment, Dr. Moore, her pediatrician, she told me, she said, I feel like you're a little more concerned about it. And I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, well, she said, there's a place you can call, the early intervention, and you can get the lady to come out and evaluate Hallie and see if she could use any of their services. And so that's what I did. Then that afternoon after we left, I got on the phone and I called and made an appointment with Julie. Julie came to our house. She came and sat on the floor and she played with Hallie, and she told me that she did see a little bit of signs of some weakness in her muscle tones. And so after we saw Julie and she saw the weakness, the orthopedic doctor, he told us that, you know, structurally Hallie was fine, that there was nothing structurally wrong with her, that he felt some muscle tone weakness. We'd started coming to the UCP Center, and Hallie had already started her therapy with Lucinda, and we came here, and I really felt like that this was the place that we needed to be, because when I first brought Hallie here, this was the first time that she had ever stayed with anybody other than family. And the day we walked in and we went back to Miss Becky's class and Lucinda came back there, it was like she could tell I was getting all emotional about it. And so Lucinda just got Hallie and just picked her up, and Hallie never cried for me, never, you know, it was just like she could tell the love and the care that Lucinda had. And like right then, that moment, I knew that this is where she needs to be. This is where she's going to get the most help and the love that she needs to get through all this. Back in August, we saw the neurologist, Dr. Vicure. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but we saw him in Birmingham at the Children's Hospital, and he ran some blood work. And at first, it didn't come back with what he thought it was. But then he said he had a little extra, so he ran some more tests, and sure enough, he said it came back with the spinal muscular atrophy that he was thinking about it. And at first, he told us, he said, I'm just going to be real blunt. He said, she might never walk. Of course, that was just like a shocker, you know, because that's not what you want to hear, you know. But looking back at it now, I'm glad he did tell me, because, you know, I'm glad that I knew up front, and that, you know, not later on down the road and she doesn't progress like I want her to, and then he come back and tell me this. But so we went back for another checkup in December this past year, and Dr. Law, Charles Law, he's over the UCP Center in Birmingham, and we told him about that I had already gotten her in at the UCP here in Tuscumbia. She was already going through all her therapy with Lucinda and Julie, and I told him all the progress that she's made with them, and he was super excited, super glad that I had already started and already was concerned enough to call the early intervention, and he was excited about that. And you know, he told me that, well, I asked him if we needed to up any of our exercises or anything like that, and he said no. He said, I feel like that what they're doing that is helping. And he said usually with that diagnosis, he said they're usually stiff, real stiff. He said, but that Hallie was real loose and was real, and he was really proud of that. And he said, you know, that he can really tell that she's had the care and the love that she needed. And I really feel like that if I hadn't have already gotten here at the UCP Center, that she would not be where she is today. And just it's like I felt like when we walked in those doors the first time that it was like that y'all were welcoming us to a family. And that's what we are here. And I feel like that the Lord put us here for a reason. And he knew that we needed Lucy, and he knew that we needed Julie, and that I needed Becky, and Hallie needed Becky, because, and like I said, she'd never been with anybody other than family. And that day we walked in those doors, and she just went right to Lucinda, and it was just like, okay, she's gonna be okay, and they're gonna give her the love and the care and the help that she needs. And and like I said, I felt like that was where God placed us.
Okay, welcome back to the CP jail, and we still have Tony Brewer in here, and Tony's been good enough to help us this year, and he's a pretty good old fella, except he used to work with me at Bank Independent, and he went over to competition across the street, so he's had to serve extra time for being a traitor to me. But no, I'm just teasing. He's a good guy, but he's got some pledges that he has not had read yet, and we'd like to do that, and appreciate all of you for supporting Tony, supporting this great cause. So Tony, if you'll finish up.
Thank you, Don. It's always a pleasure. Again, like I said in the beginning, I would like to say that the CP Center is a great cause, and if you have a chance to work with any of the staff here, the passion that they have for the kids is very inspiring. So I'm honored to be here today. A few more pledges, but before I go, Jackie Coons and Dennis Frederick of Landmark Properties pledged $100. Cass Pace of Cass Pace Services is going to be on the VIP board at $250. So thank you, Cass. Jamie Hood Jewelers donated $100. Tim Zelke from Bank Independent donated $50. And Lance Willis, on behalf of Advanced Therapy and Muscle Shoals, donated $50. So again, thank you for the opportunity. Keep the phone ringing. Just because I'm leaving don't mean you can't call my number. It's 256-415-8381.
Okay, thanks again, Tony, for helping us out. I appreciate that. I'm going to move back to the back here and got Dwayne Oakley. He's been in jail for many years, and he's really been a strong supporter for the CP Center, and he's got a pretty special guest with him. So, Dwayne, tell us about this.
Yeah, I brought my son Kobe with me today, and Kobe's just turned 18, and he has been blessed with this center and all the wonderful things they did for him while he was a younger child, and all these young people that over here now, and all the things that they do, and it's just a blessed work, and we're so appreciative of all the people here that do our raise money and help with this program, and Allison and all the ladies that help with these young children. I've got a few pledges I'd like to read. First of all, the Peaceful Church of Christ gave $2,432. That's just awesome. Tim Rhodes Properties, $500. Paul Harrelson with Shock Creative America, $500. Oakley Equipment, Oakley Napa, $500. J&J Enterprises, which is the Jackson Brothers, $250. Power Cleaning Equipment, Joe and Jim Jackson, $250. Brink Apartments, Tony and Debbie Brink, $250. Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West, $250. First Southern Bank, $250. Greg Pounders with Pounders and Associates, $250. Billy Underwood, attorney in Tuscumbia, $250. Abstract and Title Company, Clint and Missy Wilkes, $250. Randy Bratton with Bratton Properties, $250. And the Shoals Home Builders Association, $250.
Thank you, Dwayne. Thank you, Kobe. Appreciate you being here. We're moving over here to the next jailbird that's new this right now, and that's Susie Martin. And Susie has a special guest with her, and I'll let her introduce her. But Susie and I work together at Bank Independent, and she's also been a very good supporter of the center. Appreciate your donations, and let Susie take over and tell you some of those who've helped us out this year.
Thank you, Don. My special guest today is Sabrina Carls, and she is my little sister and Big Brothers Big Sisters, and we have actually done this 3 years, and she's very excited to be here, and she's helped me get some of these pledges, a few that I'm going to read for you. Brandon Fisher and the Fisher family, in honor of Courtney Fisher, gave $250. Mike Johnson with Printers and Stationers gave $250. Jerry and Annette Miley, $50. Dr. Greg and Laura Adderholt, $250. Marty Abrams, $100. Don and Brenda Miller, $250. Stacy Payne, who I also work with at Bank Independent, $15. Hicks and Associates Insurance Agency, $250. Terry Anderson, $250. Shoals Overhead Door Company, $100. I'm going to turn this back over to Don Miller.
Well, Sabrina, did you have something you want to say before we move on?
Get us out, please.
Tell them where to call.
412 8384.
415.
Oh, 415, not 413.
256-415-8384. Please get us out of jail. She's awfully young to be in jail, folks. So please give us a call. Thank you.
Well, thank y'all. We'll be back to you in here in just a moment. We're going back over to Daryl Thrasher. He's been here for a while, and he's sweating, so he's working hard. But, Daryl, you've got a special guest here with us today, too.
Yes, this is my son, Bradford Thrasher. He attended here as a preemie to help me reach his milestones, and was also here during the We Care daycare, and we sure do appreciate the services they provide here. We want to just thank all our family and friends that have donated, and I've got several more to thank now. We have Adam Rue Auto Sales. It's Adam Rue, $50. Jay and Cindy Bendall of Muscle Shoals, $50. Attorney Billy Underwood of Tuscumbia, $50. Ken and Ligel Ford, Muscle Shoals, $50. James Britton of Muscle Shoals, $40. Billy and Sherry Hudson, Muscle Shoals, $25. Wesley and Misty Campbell of Muscle Shoals, $25. Phil and Karen Abrams of Florence, $10. Brad Wilson of Russellville, $25. Henry and Angie White of Tuscumbia, $50. Hunter Riley of Sheffield, $25. Josh and Lori Holcomb of Waterloo, $25. Shelby Fields of Sheffield, $100. Sean and Amy Terry of Moulton, $20. Chris Garnett of Holly Pond, $20. Matt and Brooke Corsby, Tuscumbia, $30. Ronald and Carolyn Thrasher, my parents, of Muscle Shoals, $50. And Jamie and Mandy Brewer of Town Creek, $25. And we would like to ask everyone to call in and give us more donations, 256-415-8380. Thank you.
Thank you, Daryl, and thank everybody in the community. Daryl, would Bradford like to say anything for us today? You reckon you could get him to say a word or two?
We might could get him to talk a minute, yes. Introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Bradford Thrasher, and this place has helped me reach many milestones that if I didn't come here, I probably would not have reached. And this is a great place, so please call and donate. Every single donation helps.
Good job.
That's a great job, Bradford. Thank you, Daryl. We're about to ready to go back over to the VIP table and Mr. Danny Hendricks.
Thank you, Don. We're back over here with Gil Self and Bryce Graham, and they have been with us more than just this year, and we hope to have them back in the future. But we want you to keep them busy when they're here, and we appreciate them coming and spending time with us. I think they both have some pledges to read. Gil?
Thank you, Danny. Yeah, the beauty of this fundraiser is all this money stays here locally, which is incredible. If y'all have ever been to the facility in Tuscumbia, I would encourage you to do so. So, so my number, 256-415-8377. While we've been away, I've gotten 2 more calls. One from Curtis and Tracy Burns, it pledged $25, and Judge Ben Graves from Florence, Alabama, actually newly elected circuit judge, of $100. Thank you, Judge. Bryce?
Okay. We want to encourage everybody to keep giving. Now, look, y'all can give to this, so just get off the hip, get on the phone. Listen, I want to talk to everybody out at Tennessee Valley Country Club today and ask you to send in a donation to this. My good friends Arky and Debbie Smith just called in a few minutes ago. $100, that's from Arky and Debbie Smith. Mr. Chris Smith, who is an attorney in Lauderdale County, a good friend of mine, and Gil's, he gave $100. Mr. Tom Heflin, who's a lawyer there in Colbert County in Tuscumbia, and Dr. Mark McElwain is a doctor in Colbert County, and he's also given $100. Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's keep them busy. Bryce's phone's ringing. Gil, 256-415-8377. Okay, we're going to go up to the big board and read a few names. If you'd like to get your name on this board, it takes a $250 donation. We've got Dr. Larry Holcomb in honor of Stacy Holcomb for $1,000. Rodney and Laquita Logan, $2,000 pledge. University Chevrolet, $2,500. And University Toyota and University Hyundai, $2,500. Wes and Marcy Oberholzer, $1,500. And the City of Muscle Shoals, $1,500. Randall Fuller and employees at Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning and Plumbing, $1,000. Sam's Club and also the Lane family in memory of James Lane, $1,000. Ann and Bill Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley. And Petersville Church of Christ, $2,432. Thank you so much. Muscle Shoals Civitan Club, $1,000. Widow's Sons, the Brethren, $900. Morrison Funeral Home and Doug and Lisa Ruggles, $500. Muscle Shoals Area Street Rods Club and also Jay and Susie Martin, $500. George and Rudy Pillow in honor of their grandson Walter Hovatter and Grace Chapel Free Will Baptist Church, $500. Carly Korfman in memory of her sister Mackenzie Korfman and Briggs Tax Service, $500. Nancy Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley and Plumbers and Steamfitters Local 760, $500. Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Logan Pharmacy and Daryl and Vicki Thrasher of Dalton Pharmacy, $500. Tim Gilbreth in honor of Stacy Holcomb and his first fishing day, and also Oakley Equipment Napa in honor of Kobe Oakley, $500. Paul Harrelson at Shotcrete of America and also Tim Rhodes Properties, $500. Dwayne and Monica Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley and Tim and Brenda Sharp, $500. $250 donors are Glenn Cox in honor of Jenzy Cox, which is $300. Also the Central Heights Civitan Club, $250. Canaan United Methodist Church and also Droke Hearing Aid Center in honor of Alex Littrell. First Missionary Baptist Church and also Harold Quickprint, Jack and Joan Martin. Okay, at this time we're going to go back up to the MCs.
Hey, thank you very much, Danny. And a new total, we're at $39,400. And we got about halfway to go, so we got a long way to go. Will you help us out and donate to this great cause?
Yeah, 2 more hours, Joey, and I don't hear the phone's ringing right now. We have several people who are sitting there from different banks and things like that, and they're just sitting there doodling on their pads because the phones are not ringing.
So please make your commitment to the CP Center. It's on Hook Street in Tuscumbia. All the money raised stays right here in the Shoals area for our families, our friends, and you know, these children, it's had an opportunity to play pitch with Cannon up here. And I think the Atlanta Braves are going to be looking at him in a few years, Chris.
Sounds good to me.
It's amazing at these kids and the work that the CP Center does for them. And just beautiful young people. We want to make sure that the sound of kids playing continues and that they have every advantage, every opportunity afforded to them to make sure that they have everything in life. Life without limits. That's what the slogan is at the CP Center.
And it fires me up, man. But again, like us on Facebook at UCP Center. You can stream us live there. You can also make your donations through PayPal, Joey.
Yeah, please. Visa, MasterCard accepted. I want to say a special thanks to Dr. Beebe, the George Lindsay Film Festival, and the UNA Culinary Center. They have provided a lot of food back there, Chris. So thank you guys so much for your help.
Also, a thank you goes out to Travis and Debbie Howard of Florence, $100 in honor of Haley Tucker.
David Matthews from Killen, $300, and a challenge to anyone that has bought a golden doodle from him to donate. So,
a golden doodle, in honor of 5 healthy grandchildren, Mr. and Miss Hatmaker of Leeton, $25.
Thank you to Anna Underwood from Tuscumbia, $100 in honor of Holly, Victoria, and Faith. Thank you, Anna.
Jennifer Shannon and Isabel Robbins of Tuscumbia, $50.
Max and Emily Hutchison of Belmont, Mississippi, $100 in honor of Miss Becky Nix. Becky is at the CP Center here. She does so much, so thank you very much, guys.
In honor of Bradford Thrasher, $300 from Muscle Shoals, Tommy and Regina Thompson.
Wesley and Leah Tucker from Florence, $100 in honor of Hallie Tucker.
Leanne and Melba Yauber of Belmont, Mississippi, $250 in honor of Haley Tucker.
John, Jessica, and Owen Bird from Muscle Shoals in honor of Wesley Spurgeon, our buddy.
Stumpfied Church of Arcadia in Tuscumbia, $250.
Thank you to Sharon Grotlich from Decatur, $50. Thank you, Sharon.
From the Lynch Point Church of Tuscumbia, $250 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
In honor of our buddy here, Cannon Shepard, Rick and Kim Walker from Florence, $100. Thank you, guys.
$300 comes from Florence, and it's from Travis and Cynthia Hoverter in honor of Walter Hoverter.
Dr. and Mrs. Matt Wilbanks from Florence making the commitment this afternoon. Thank you, guys, for $200.
Debbie Malone of Tuscumbia, $30.
Brandon and Jessica Pritchett from Muscle Shoals, $25 in honor of Caleb and Kinsley.
Martha Barnett from Lexington, Alabama, $50 in honor of Alton Barnett.
Jason Smallwood from Sheffield, $10. Thank you, Jason.
In honor of Grady Richardson, $250 comes from Sheffield, Alabama, Miss Brenda Wright.
Brandy Ray and Blake Ray from Waterloo, $100 in honor of Briley Ray. Thank you, guys.
Steve and Rosemary Irons of Florence, $25 in honor of Lane, Wyatt, and Cora, their grandchildren.
Thank you very much to Pedro Andres from Russellville, $20 in honor of Baltazar Andres. Thank you.
And now we're going to head back to the jail.
Welcome back to the CP jail. Back over here with Daryl Thrasher, and he's done recruited someone else to help get him out of jail. So Daryl, if you'll continue on and tell us who your new jailbird is.
Hi, I'm Daryl Thrasher, and I've got my daughter, Emily Bryan, over here now. She's here to help answer the phone. Hold up your sign for them. And we're just honored to be here and to help try to raise donations for the UCP Center. And I have a lot more family and friends to thank now. Bill and Faye Acock, Muscle Shoals, $100 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. And Merle, Janae, Cameron, and Caroline Dale, Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. Kelly Bryce and Bradford Thrasher, Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Bradford and Bryce Thrasher. Matthew and Ashley Carpenter of Florence, $25 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. Elaine Coyne of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. Norma Elledge, Tuscumbia, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. Randall and Stacy Johnson of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. And Launch Point Church, they sponsored a child, $250. Tommy and Regina Thompson of Muscle Shoals, $300 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
All right, thank you, Daryl. Thank you, Allison. Thank you, Bradford. And she's wanting you to call her number at 256-415-8350. Is that right? 8380. Excuse me there. Thank you. All right, we're coming back over here to the S&S gang. This is the duo that's been put in jail to help us out, and we want that phone to be ringing. And Susie, will you take away?
I will. We're going to let Sabrina talk for a minute.
It's easy. All you got to do is call and give us your name and your address, and we take credit cards and money and checks.
Give them the number. The number you need to call at is 256-415-8384. None of our phones are ringing, so please give us a call. I'm going to read a few more of my pledges. I have Ralph and Brantley Holt, $100. The Friendship Class at Edgemont United Methodist Church, $100. Clyde and Penny Roberts, these are my next door neighbors, $250. Alan Rappoon, $250. Harold Printing Technology, Jack Martin, this is my father-in-law in the family business. George Pillow, and this is in honor of his grandson, Walter Hovatter, $500. Amy and Tyler Martin, this is my son and daughter-in-law, $50. Judy Seahorn, who I work with at Bank Independent, she's my partner in crime. She's donated $50. Dr. John and Debbie Hamilton, $250. John is actually on the board here at the CP Center. And one more thing I wanted to say while I was thinking about it is, if y'all have not visited the CP Center, it's a fabulous organization, and you should come just take a tour. They have done so much with the place. It was an old church, and they have just fixed the place up for all the children. But drop by and see it. It's on Hook Street in Tuscumbia. I wanted to read a couple of more pledges. Bob and Carol Beavis, $250. Ronnie and Sheila McNutt, who I also go to church with, $50. Charlene Higgins, who works with me at Bank Independent, $25. And Garnet Electric, $250. And I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Oakley.
Thank you. Thanks again for everyone calling in. My number is 415-8382, and we'd love to see the phone ringing. Call her back at 415-8384. I've got some more pledges. B&G Equipment out of Iuka, Mississippi is one of my vendors that we use through our work. Is pledging $200. Rusty Carbine Construction Company, $150. Tina and Miles Sledge, they own Sledge's Barbecue and also have a rental place up there for storage. They gave $100 in honor of Kobe. And they also gave another $100 through their barbecue place. Ted Smith with Forestry Equipment, $100. People's Bank in Clifton, Tennessee, $100. Wayne County Bank in Waynesboro, Tennessee, $100. King Realty and Auction Company, $50. Willoughby Oil Company from Savannah, Tennessee, $50. Young Welding Supply in Sheffield, $50. Holtz Radiator and Battery Service, $25. My parents, Ann and Bill Oakley, gave $1,000 in honor of Kobe. And my son and my daughter-in-law, Chad and Valerie, and their son, Scott, $250 in honor of Kobe. Dennis and Gail Morgan, $250. Dow and Skidder Rickard, $250. Joyce and Tommy Bates, $100. Pat and Janet Moon, $100. Mary and Ray Carpenter, $100. Thank y'all for all giving. We appreciate all the help that y'all gave us, and I'm going to pass this back to Don.
Okay, y'all keep the phones ringing, and Dwayne, your number is 415-8382. Susie's is 415-8384. Please call. Keep those donations coming in. We've got a young lady down here on the front, and her name is Ashley, and she's supposed to be here answering the phones, and the phone hadn't rung, Ashley. So we need somebody to wake you up, don't we? All right. You got anything you'd like to say?
Oh, no, thank you.
All right. What about you, Allison? Emily. I'm sorry, Emily.
No,
What's your number?
The number's 256-415-8380. Call.
Call, please. Keep calling. All right, we're going to go back over here and hand this back over to Susie. She's got some more pledges she'd like to read.
Dr. Tony and Molly Callieth, $25. Joni Willingham, $100. Myra Wilhite, in memory of Dean Foster, $250. Tom and Karen Manelli, $25. Dr. Jim and Jeanette Holliday, $50. Thomas Ross, $250. Kathy Anderson, $100. Jenny Childers, who I also go to church with at Edgemont, she gave us a $25 donation. Kathy Harrison with Harrison CPA Firm, $100. Dr. Joel and Betsy Rayner, $100. Sabrina, would you want to tell us what number we can be reached?
If I can get it right this time, I will. 256-415-8380. 8384.
All right, thank you, Sabrina. Thank you, Susie. All the rest of you. We'll be back over here in a few moments. Right now, I understand we're going over to the VIP table and Danny Hendricks.
Thank you, Don. Back over here with Gil and Bryce, and keep them busy. They hadn't had the phone ringing too much, but they do have some pledges, and I'm thankful for that. So, Gil, what you got?
Thank you, Danny. Let me remind everybody that my number is 256-415-8377. I just had the most incredible call from Miss Davis, Miss Sally Davis. I'm sure all the pharmacists in the area know Miss Davis. She's at Walmart now, been a pharmacist in our community and doing good things for the last 27 years. And she is extending a challenge to all the other pharmacists in the area. And if y'all can match what Miss Davis is willing to do, we'll really close in on this goal of ours. But Miss Davis, in honor of Hallie Tucker, pledges $500. You may have seen Miss Tucker's video just about an hour or so ago, and she was moved so by the presentation of that video. She's has pledged $500, and equally important, has challenged all the other pharmacists in the area. Bryce?
Okay, guys, I've got one of my very best friends, Mr. Danny and Debbie Henson, in honor of their grandson, Drew, $100. Presiding Colbert County Judge Hal Houston, $200. Tom McCutcheon, attorney here in Lauderdale County, $200. Attorney and former circuit judge Pride Tompkins, $100. So now, look, there's a lot of you that can get out and do what you want to do. A lot of these people can't. So how about sending in a little bit here to help everybody? We appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny.
Thanks, Bryce. Thanks, Gil. Let's go back over to the big board and read some names right now. Okay, we've got a $1,000 donation from Dr. Larry Holcomb in honor of Stacy Holcomb. We've got Rodney and Laquita Logan, $2,000. We've got University Chevrolet, $2,500. Also, University Toyota and University Hyundai, $2,500. First Missionary Baptist Church, $250. And Harold Quickprint, Jack and Joan Martin, Civitan members, $250. New Hope Church of Christ, and also Dr. John and Debbie Hamilton, $250. Dow and Skeeter Reichard in honor of our grandchildren, and Catherine Lassiter in memory of David Lassiter, $250. Jan and Jerry Fulmer and Raymond Asbel, $250. Valley Credit Union and also Janet Yu, $250. Pete and Tanya Williford and Dr. Greg and Laura Adderholt, $250. Judge and Mrs. Leslie Johnson in honor of our grandchildren, Walt and Josie Johnson, and Rebecca and Greg Hovatter in honor of Walter Patrick Hovatter. Dr. Keith and Amy Garrett in honor of Wesley Spurgeon and Mackenzie Korfman, and Mary Alice Underwood in honor of my grandchildren and children, $250. The Gamble family in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, and Right Solutions in honor of Justin Ross, $250. Patrick Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter, and Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster, $250. Woodman of the World Life in memory of Linda Robinson, and Holden's Clothing, $250. Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West, and Bob and Carol Beavis, $250. Farmers and Merchants Bank and Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club, $250. Porter Garden Center and Marty Stanley Automotive, $250. Clyde and Penny Roberts and Hicks and Associates, $250. Devon King, Greg and Kim Pounders, $250. An anonymous donation, $250, and Fisher Smith Animal Clinic, $250. Thomas and Dorothy Ray and family, and also the estate of A.D. and Mildred Ray, $250. Terry Anderson and Larry and Kathy Phillips, $250. William T. Holden and Singing River Dentistry, $250. Glenn and Dee Hollis and Unitarian Universalist Congregation, $250. SunTrust Bank and also Garnett Electric, $250. Central Heights United Methodist Church and Alan Rapoon, $250. Printers and Stationers Incorporated and Thomas Ross, $250. Ashley Anderson and Gateway Construction, $250. TVA Community Credit Union and Shoals Area Labor Council, $250. Beavis Used Auto Parts in honor of Cannon Shepard and Shoals ATV Riders in honor of Kelly Lee Whitehead. Charles C. Anderson in honor of Stacy Holcomb, and also Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning, $250. Anonymous in honor of Joe Fulmer, and American Legion Post number 146 and Auxiliary number 146, $250. Bill and Sheila Howard in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble and Bunch and Associo, $250. Okay, this time we're going to go to a video.
I'm Brandy.
I'm Blake.
And this is little Miss Briley, and she's pretty much our superhero, you know. In June 2014, I found out that I was pregnant with this little Joy. And of course, I think I asked you 500 questions the night we found out. And yes, and we never knew that we were going to have a rock star, that's for sure. You know, you think about all these things, you try to imagine, what are they going to be like? Who are they going to be, you know? Are they going to be the president of the United States, or are they going to be, you know, the next scientist? Maybe they find a cure for something. You never know. So we proceeded, you know, our first scan, it looked great, 8-week scan, you know, just to make sure the baby's there, the heartbeat's good, all that good stuff. It was great. Everything looked good. So we went back, you know, for all our routine stuff. 20-week scan, they found a little bit of fluid on her brain. And so we were like, you know, our fantastic OB doctor, he said, I'm just going to send you to UAB just to kind of check it out. So at 21 weeks, we went down and we saw the fluid on her brain. Yeah, it had relatively resolved. And so they said, well, just come back, you know, in a couple weeks and we'll check again. So we went back again, and he said, you know, the fluid's resolved. He said, but what do you do for a living? And at that time, I was an open heart recovery nurse, and so that's what I did. And he said, well, let's just take a peek at her heart. And I said, well, okay, let's do that. And he kept looking from different angles. And finally he said, I'm sorry, but your baby has tetralogy of Fallot. And, you know, your heart just kind of sinks. Because it's one of those things, you know, that you learn about in school, and you just hear blue baby, that's all I could think of. But February the 5th, 7/27, she came into our lives, black and blue. And, you know, I didn't hear her cry. It felt like a lifetime, it really did. But she was a champ. You know, the first time I heard her cry, I was like, our world's changing right here and now. And it was perfect. You know, it's not one of those moments that you dream about of, oh, I get to cuddle my baby as soon as they're born. You know, it's not anything picture perfect. It's not movie. And the first time I saw her, I looked at my husband and I broke. I honestly did. I'm not one to cry, but I said, Blake, she has Down syndrome. And that was my first glance at her. You know, and you know, his first words to me after that, he said, it's okay, she's ours. And I said, you're exactly right. As soon as we came home, we were met by the UCP Center. And I tell you, it was a breath of fresh air, honestly. Because, you know, when Miss Stella came out and Julie the first time, they said, you know, what are your goals? What do you want to see Briley doing? And so we told them, we set goals, and, you know, we wanted to have some items that we thought, you know, that she should be doing at 6 months and whatnot, and every 6 months we reevaluate. Well, the breath of fresh air is that, at 4 weeks old, she was having head control. At 6 weeks old, she rolled over. And, and from there on out, it's on Briley time. And, that's just how it is. But I tell you, having Miss Lucinda come out, once a month and work with Briley and just see how strong that she's gotten. We made our own goals and we set out and we achieved those goals, that's for sure. So Miss Briley's sitting up, she's doing her own thing, she's rocking this life and nothing's gonna hold her back. We'll just keep on working, and like I said, everything's on her time and she's doing absolutely amazing.
You've been meeting some of these precious children that are patients at the CP Center in Tuscumbia, and what beautiful children they are, precious souls, and we want to make sure that they have every single opportunity afforded them, and the CP Center does so much. There's so much support there, Chris.
Yes, it is, and I'm just kind of walking around talking to some of the parents, and you just really get emotional when the parents kind of tell you the stories of what the CP Center does, and not just at the center, but they make home visits as well, Joey.
It's awesome, these members of the staff of the CP Center and their passion, their love for these kids. We do have a new total. I'd like to call your attention here. We're a little bit over half the way to 5 o'clock, $51,250. And we're coming up at 5 o'clock. Our goal, $125,000, but we can make it, Chris.
And here's one thing, Joey. Whenever we sign off the air at 5 o'clock, you don't have to stop giving.
No.
You can give until this time next year.
Yeah.
Because they're always in need. And it's not just, and the donations that are brought in here stay here in Tuscumbia, and they're all used for the center.
Yes. So please make that commitment here this afternoon. We want to recognize some of those commitments. Janet Perez Rojas from Russellville, $10 in honor of Juan Armando and Gerardo Valdez. Thank you.
Bill and Faye Acock of Muscle Shoals, $100 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Leticia Torres of Russellville, $6 in honor of Juan Armando and Gerardo Valdez.
Marley, Jeannie, and Cameron and Caroline Dale of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Randall and Stacy Johnson, Ben and Walker Johnson from Muscle Shoals, $100 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Matthew and Ashley Carpenter, $25 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Norma Elledge from Tuscumbia, $50 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Kelly Bryce and Bradford Thrasher, $50 from Muscle Shoals.
Mike Martin is pledging $100 in memory of Kathleen Thrasher. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you to Sheffield Masonic Lodge number 503 of Muscle Shoals, $250.
And another donation from Mike Martin, Sheffield, $100 in honor of 3 healthy grandsons.
Out of Sheffield, thank you for $250 from John and Sonia K. Webb.
Milton Dial from Russellville, $10.
Todd Owen of Florence, $50 in memory of Lucinda Owen.
Ian and Nancy Sanford from Sheffield, $50 in honor of Stace Holcomb and Grady Richardson.
Catherine Richardson of Sheffield, $75 in honor of Grady Richardson.
Claudia Ramos of Russellville, $50. Thank you, Claudia.
Helen Hutt of Tuscumbia, $10. Thank you so much, Helen.
Ivan Perez Rojas from Russellville, $20 in honor of Juan Armando and Gerardo Valdez.
A big thank you goes out to Lindsay Oliver of Lexington, Alabama, $100.
Delia Gerardo Rendon from Russellville, $30. Thank you.
Raymond and Brenda Phillips of Florence, $150.
Antonio Perez Ramirez, Russellville, $10. Thank you so much, Antonio.
Joyce Harper of Florence, $35.
In honor of Chad Phillips, the Oakland Volunteer Fire Department, $100.
In memory of Drake Scott of Sheffield, $100 from Stella Berry.
In honor of Holly Tucker from Cheryl Wyman in Athens, $25. Thank you, Cheryl.
Deborah Yarbrough of Florence, $20.
Donna Wilson from Loretto, Tennessee, $25.
Derek and Christy Richardson in honor of Angela Richardson of Rogersville, $100.
Thank you to Jill Perry of Rogersville, $25 in honor of Kathy Ashford.
Park Cochran of State Farm Agency in Florence, Alabama, $250.
John Hutton of Tuscumbia in honor of Rebecca Porter. Thank you, John.
Mona and John Mackey of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of their grandson.
George and Joan Kennedy of Florence, $100.
Raúl Valdez Flores of Russellville, $60.
In memory of Mills Methvin, Rod and Brenda Methvin of Florence, donating $200. Thank you, guys.
Gilberto Rolando of Russellville, $50.
Alan Handley of Tuscumbia, $25.
Travis and Debbie Howard of Florence, $100 in honor of Haley Tucker.
Holly Smith of Florence, pledging $100. Thank you, Holly.
Mr. and Miss H.C. Hatmaker of Leeton, Alabama, $25 in honor of their 5 healthy grandchildren.
In memory of our parents, Galen and Ann Holden of Florence, $50.
Jennifer Shannon and Isabel Robinson of Tuscumbia, $50.
In honor of Grady Richardson, and Grady is up here on the stage with us, where he was. And what a great guy. You know, he was making calls just a second ago. And he
Grady's a wild man. He's all over the place.
I love that guy. In honor of Grady Richardson, Richard Wilson, and Jamie Rogers of Greenville, North Carolina, $100. Thank you, guys.
Tommy and Regina Thompson of Muscle Shoals, $300 in honor of Bradford Thrasher.
Thank you to Rosalie Stevenson of Florence, $20.
Leanne and Maribel Yarber of Belmont, Mississippi, $250 in honor of Haley Tucker.
In honor of Jace Basom, Donnie and Nelda Newton of Rogersville, $25.
You know, Joey, when I was growing up, we used to play a game called Monopoly.
Monopoly.
And in Monopoly, you could pick a card, and there was a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, I remember that.
The only difference here is we don't have any get-out-of-jail-free cards.
It's true.
So somebody has to make a call, and this time we're going to go over to the jail.
Yeah, the get-out-of-jail card is called a pledge card over here at the jail. So thank y'all. And welcome back to the CP jail. And Daryl Thrasher's been in here, and he's been working hard. And we want to thank all of those who have donated thus far. And Daryl, you've got a couple more, I think, to give, and then make some closing remarks.
Yes, I'd like to thank Randy and Misty Thrasher of Muscle Shoals, $100, and Linda Harrison, Haleville, $100. We sure do appreciate all the donations that I have been given, telephone, through work, the local businesses that have helped, all the family and friends. And it's been an honor to try to raise donations for the UCP Center. They provide such a great cause here. They've helped my children, and they helped so many here in the area, and we're lucky to have them here in Tuscumbia. And now my son Bradford would like to read out the phone number to continue to call for us.
Give us a call, please, at 256-415-8380.
All right, thank you, Bradford. 415-8380. Bradford needs that phone to be ringing, and Daryl, thanks again, and thank each of you once again. And I tell you, if you ever saw the CP Center and the services they provide and saw those children and the good work they're doing over there, these phones would be ringing off the hook. So keep the phones are ringing. We're going to go back to Susie Martin and her sidekick Sabrina. And so which one of you are going to go first? Sabrina's got her hand up here.
These are precious children, and they need your donations to help provide their services. And last time I was here, I brought one of them up in the jail with me, and she was the sweetest thing. And she wanted me to play with her, and she laughed a lot, and we laughed a lot. And
these donations, don't they help keep the center open? Right?
Right.
Okay. And did you want to challenge someone?
I want to challenge all the students at Florence Middle and their parents to donate money. So please call us at 256-415-8384. And I'm going to hand it over to Susie to do some more pledges.
Thank you, Sabrina. Good job. I wanted to give a shout out to my neighbors, Wes and Marcy Oberhauser. They gave $1,500. Greg Pounders, he's donating $250. Anita Crittenden, she works with me at Bank Independent, $20. Deborah Howard, $25. Larry Archer, $50. Sue Irons, in honor of Jamie Reese, $25. And this is another special pledge. They've been pledging for several years. I want to say at least 39, more than that. When I talked to them this week, they're called the International Association of the Florence Firefighters, and it's the local 270. But they have been working at least 39 years, and they said they were in the background years before. But they go out and they raise money for the center, and they are giving me $500, and I appreciate that so much. Joy Sproul, who is my sister-in-law in Birmingham, she's donating $100. Leela Wizard, who was here just a few minutes ago, she was making our picture, trying to get us some Facebook coverage. She donated $100, and she is also a member of the Florence Civitan Club. Skip and Karen Binkley, they are friends of ours from Alaska, and they are actually, I know y'all had something about the furthest away. They are actually, I believe, in Seattle, Washington, and they called me, and they want to donate $100. Susie Spence would like to donate $25. Ashley Anderson, I believe she's on the board at the CP Center, she would like to sponsor a child for $250. Richard Parker, $100. Certified Alarm Company, $250. Bunch and James Attorneys, $250. Belinda Reeves, she is my minister at Edgemont New Methodist, and I appreciate her and her sidekick. She is also a retired minister. Her name is Janice McCarver, and she's donating $20, and Belinda is donating $50. Nancy and Joe Yates donated $250, and Joe is actually a Florence Civitan member as well. Betty Hamlin wishes to donate $50. Julie Ham, who was our jailer before Dawn, she is donating $100, and this is in memory of her son, Dustin Ham. Sarah Sivley, who works with me at Bank Independent, she's donating $10. Bill Howard, and he is donating in honor of Palmer Howard and in memory of John Lane. He is donating $100, and he also works with me at the bank. Sparks CPA firm is donating $100, and Sabrina's mom, this is the only phone call we've had all day, so y'all need to please give us a call, but she called a few minutes ago, and she wants to get her daughter out of jail, so she is donating $20. So y'all please give us a call. We appreciate all the hard work everyone has done, and our number is 256-415-8384. Thank you, and I'm going to hand it over to Dwayne.
Thank you, Susie. She's done a great job raising so much money for us in the last several years, and her family and family members have helped the center for so many years. I've got several here that I need to read. I've had several employees that gave money this year, and I'd like to thank them for that, and my parents and all of my family members. Also, Tim and Lynn Melson gave $100. Chris Valentine, who works for me, gave $100 in honor of Kobe. His mother, Alma Valentine, gave $100. Bill and Karen Gullett, $100. Skip and Nan Hobson, in memory of Carly Stockard, gave $75. My wife and I gave $500. Felton and Kay Smith gave $25 in honor of Danielle and Emma and their healthy grandbaby-to-be. Jordan and John Bradley, $60 in honor of Kobe. Sharon and Mike Goins, $50. Sherry Witt, $50 in honor of Kobe. Scrooge and Mary Pettis and Pettis Auto Sales, $50. Evie White, $30 in honor of Kobe Oakley. Sheila and Bob Laddie, $25 in honor of Noah Brink. Ricky and Joanne Purser, who also works for me, gave $25. Danny Dial, $25. He's also works for me. And Levon Darby, my aunt, gave $20 in honor of Kobe. Wayne Madden, $20. He also works for me. And Lisa Willis gave $20, and she works for me also. And Stan and Ving Hurston, $20. And this time I'd like to say a special thanks to Sherry Witt, who's been so awesome in helping me with this each year. She calls a lot of y'all that gave, and Sherry is getting married this week, and we'd like to congratulate her. She's going to be married next week, and her and Andy Griffin will be married sometime. And I guess it's in a place that nobody needs to know about. She don't want all of us knowing all of her business, I guess you might say. And it's surprising them both. So I've got so many people that's helped throughout the last several years. I was just sitting here thinking how many years I've been on this board. I think it's been 14 or 15 years, and so many of y'all gave every year, and some were given before then, and I knew I was given before then. And this is such a great work. You never know when it might be that you need this service that this center offers. It might be your children, it might be your grandchildren, it may be a close friend, but these people are always here to help, and they're with their arms out, waiting on someone to help them in any way they can. Thank you, Don.
All right, thank you, Dwayne, and thank you, Kobe, for being here today, and thanks so much for the hard work that y'all have done in trying to raise these funds for this center. You know, the Florence Civitan Club, which I've been a part of for 27 years, and the whole 27 years I've been here, we've been helping with this telethon, and I think this is the 52nd telethon overall, and it's been wonderful to see the community, how they open up their hearts and also their pocketbooks and making a donation to help these services to continue to be offered. So keep the phone ringing. It's 415-8384 for Susie and 415-8382 for Dwayne, and then 415-8380 for Daryl and Bradford over here. So with that being said, we're going to move over to the VIP table and Danny Hendricks.
Okay, we're back over here with our VIPs, Gil Self and Bryce Graham, and they're fixing to be leaving, and I really want to thank both of them for spending an hour with us and expect them back next year, and they got a few names to read. Gil, thanks for being here.
No, thank you, Danny. It's just it's an awesome responsibility and opportunity for Bryce and I to come be a little bitty part of such incredible big work, and so we always look forward to this. I would remind you of the challenge for Mrs. Sally Davis she donated $500 in honor of Hallie Tucker, but she also challenged all the pharmacists in the area. I would also remind you that my number is 256-415-8377. You can also visit the UCP Facebook page and go to their CP Center tab and to the Ford YouTube link to donate as well under the PayPal opportunity. Let me read you the last few names. My sons have actually called in and donated $50 in honor of their first cousin, Michael McCarley. Way to go. That's Gil Jr. and Thomas Self. I have a $100 pledge from a fine local attorney, Mrs. Lindsay M. Davis of the Musselman family. Mr. John McReynolds, another fine attorney from Russellville, Alabama, has donated $100. Mrs. Betty Burns from Sheffield has donated $100. And then Mr. Chad Smith from Tuscumbia, another fine attorney that I work with on the handy board, has donated $200. Danny, thank you again for the opportunity, and I'll hand it over to my good friend Bryce Graham.
Okay, guys, this is probably the last you'll see of me today. I've got Mr. Marcel Black, State Representative from Colbert County, $100. Dr. Brad McAnally, a good physician over in Colbert County. Brad has donated $100. Rex Burleson, Colbert County Commissioner. He is up for re-election this time. He's also pledged $50. And then Albert Trousdale, a good friend of mine, and Gil's, has donated $300. So if we'll keep that going, we'll get to our goal. We want to thank everybody that has participated and given, and hope you'll keep calling. Thank you very much.
$62,000.
Okay, we have 62,000 now, guys, so we need about 40 more, so keep it coming on. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bryce. Thank you, Gil. Thanks for being with us. Okay, this time we're going to go over to the big board, read a few names, and thank y'all. Bill and Sheila Howard, in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, $250. Bunch and James, $250. Ella Hall in honor of Stella Berry, and Harriet Edwards in honor of Jack Martin, $250. We've got the Lane family in honor of Walter Hovatter, and the Lane family in honor of Haley Emmons, $250. Joe and Nancy Yates, and Don and Brenda Miller, $250. Certified Alarm, Dennis and Gail Morgan in honor of Colby Oakley, $250. Sheffield Masonic Lodge, number 503, and Brenda Wright in honor of Grady Richardson, $250. John and Sana K. Webb, and Travis and Cynthia Hovatter in honor of Walter Hovatter, $250. Randall Hester at Allstate Insurance, and H&N Construction in honor of Walter Hovatter, $250. Kyle Mahan at Colbert Pharmacy, and Kyle and Angie Frederick, $250. Bill Countess at Trading Post Discount Drugs, and Ken Ade at Crossroads Pharmacy, $250. Wes Mayfield at Russellville Drugs, and First Metro Bank in Tuscumbia, $250. Park Cochran at State Farm, and Shoals Home Builders, $250. Randy Bratton at Bratton Properties, and Clint and Missy Wilkes at Abstract and Title Company, $250. Attorney Billy Underwood and Pounders and Associates, $250. First Southern Bank in honor of Colby Oakley, and Brink Apartments LLC, $250. Power Cleaning Equipment and J&J Enterprises, $250. Chad, Valerie, and Scott Oakley in honor of Colby Oakley, and Tommy and Regina Thompson, $300. Leland and Maybelline Yarber in honor of Haley Tucker, and Max and Emily Hutchinson, $250. Sunnyside Church of God and Launch Point Church in honor of Bradford Thrasher, $250. Harold Kimbrew, Mounting Systems Incorporated, and Kimbrew Automotive, $250. Cook's Pest Control Employees and First Metro Bank, $250. Okay, this time, hey Joey, we're gonna go back up to Joey and Chris.
Hey, thank you very much, Danny, and we appreciate so much the commitments that keep coming in here this afternoon. A new total, $62,500 on our way to 5 o'clock this afternoon. You still got plenty of time to make the commitment. The phone lines are open, Visa, MasterCard, PayPal, and or if you want, we can mail you your commitment there, and you can send us the check whenever you can. So a lot of different ways to pay and to invest in this cause, this worthwhile cause.
And don't forget, visit us on our Facebook page. Click the like button. It's UCP Center, and you can also stream. We're also streaming online, Joey.
We're streaming worldwide web, so please come on, and wherever you are in the world, make the donation to this great cause. I guarantee you, you'll find this to be a great investment and a return on your investment. You could put a price tag on these precious children and the families that are recipients of the care, the passion, here at the CP Center in Tuscumbia.
Joe, I'm really excited. We have some guests coming up, man, that are just going to blow your mind. They're going to blow your mind. Come on up, Connie.
Connie Hickerson is with us here this afternoon, and Rachel. Rachel, welcome. Connie, what a story. You guys are really taking on Life Without Limits, aren't you? And I know that it is quite a story, quite a testimonial, because Rachel at one time was, she was a patient here at the CP Center, right?
She was, and she's come a long way with a lot of help and encouragement and just support.
Would you, if you would, just share with everyone as to what has happened and what she and you guys have been able to accomplish?
Well, she started out where she could just barely move in her right side, and she's come to the point that she is now where you can barely see anything's going on, and she's had a lot of support, but she's never just sat back and said, I can't. So we've been in contact with many people in our lives and got a real big village and family that supported her and helped her through this. And the UCP Center was the beginning of it. And they put us in contact with many people. And this past year, she has illustrated a book, which the story is about bullying, and we know when anyone's different that it's easy for people to make fun of them, and that's kind of what the story's about. And Rachel has illustrated this book, and the president, Dexter Rutherford at Mars Hill, wrote the book, and he was gracious enough to allow Rachel any books that she sold to give part of the proceeds to the UCP Center. And that was what she wanted to do with it, so he said yes. So every book that Rachel sells, $1 of that will go to the UCP Center.
So,
She has raised $175.
all right, Rachel.
Doing that.
Very
So
much. And Connie, if anyone wants to get this book, because it's called Bucky the Sad Lonely Squirrel, what do they need to do to get and to purchase this book?
to purchase it and the proceeds, some of it go to the UCP Center. If they'll contact the UCP Center, Allison will get in touch with me, and they can get books that way. Or they're available at Mars Hill Bookstore, and those proceeds go to Mars Hill School. So there's two ways. If you want it part to go to the UCP Center, go through Allison. If it doesn't matter, it all goes for a good cause.
Rachel, congratulations. That's very beautiful. Thank you very much for what you're doing there with that. Chris, amazing testimonial.
And not just that, Joey, but you talk about life without limits.
Absolutely.
You know, no boundaries, nothing's holding her back, and I'm a big time reader.
Yeah.
So I'm going to buy 2 of these books as soon as we get off the air. But I'm just looking at the illustrations that she's done. It's really, really amazing, Connie. You should be very proud.
I am very proud of her. They gave her the transcript of the book. It was only writing. She gave it a face. And you can actually look at the illustrations and tell the story without the words. It's that good.
That is
It's
awesome.
that
And man, and not just was she a patient here, not just a student, but now because of her appreciation for what the UCP Center has been able to do for her, she's giving back in her own way.
She is. That was the first thing she said she wanted to do. When we said, what do you want to do with what you make off the book? She said, I want to give some to the UCP Center and a couple of other places, so that's what she's doing.
Now, one thing, when I purchase my 2, I need mine signed. I want mine autographed.
Okay, we can do that, can't we, Rachel?
Because man, I think this is just the beginning of something that's going to be very special, and it may not be the last book that she illustrates.
Oh, she's already got orders for another one. So
there you go.
Look for it. Keep looking for her illustrations. They're going to be out there.
No limits. That's awesome.
She's also got some stories that I'm sure it might be illustrations and stories too before it's over. So just keep your eyes and ears open for Rachel Hickerson.
Rachel Hickerson. We'll be hearing from Rachel a long time to come, something tells me, Chris.
Awesome. Thank you so much for coming and sharing with us. It really means a lot, not just to me and Joey, but to everyone in television land. Thank you, Rachel, for sharing your gift with us.
It's a really good book. It's really good for children and teaching them about bullying and stuff too as well. So there's many stories and many benefits to this book, and that was one of the reasons she wanted to illustrate it. So
Bucky,
lots of people can relate to it.
You bet. Absolutely. Bucky the Sad Lonely Squirrel. You can get that at Mars Hill Bookstore. And if you don't get it there, you can get in touch with Allison there at the CP Center, and she will point you in the right direction. Connie, Rachel, always a pleasure. Thank you. Congratulations, Rachel.
Thank you so much. Well, Joey, we got a new total.
Yep, $62,500. We're coming up at 5 o'clock. Come on, get your donations in as we end our broadcast. But, of course, the donations can continue. Please get those donations in right now as we head on over and talk to Warden Miller there, who's got a bunch of jailbirds.
Okay, thank y'all. We're back over here at the CP jail, and we got a new crew of jailbirds that have come in, with the exception of Susie and Sabrina. They're still back there, and they have not been bailed out yet. But fortunately, we've had Sheriff Rick Singleton. He's been doing this in many different capacities through the years as a Florence City police chief, and now as the Lauderdale County Sheriff. He's again utilizing his time for this worthy cause, and he's got some donation pledges to read off to you. And welcome, Sheriff.
Thank you, Don. It's good to be back in jail, I guess. Need all of my supporters out there to call in and make a pledge and get ready to help these kids out. My number is 256-415-8381. 256-415-8381. So let's get that phone ringing. I'd like to begin by thanking Phil King, one of my co-workers down at the detention center. Phil is a great guy, and he has made a donation of $100. So, Phil, we really appreciate that. Phil always comes through on these kind of events, and we really appreciate his help. Also, the FOP Lodge number 5. My chief deputy, Richard Ritchie, is the president of Lodge number 5, and they make a contribution each year, and they have contributed $750 to sponsor 3 kids. So we appreciate the FOP and all that they do. And also the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office is sponsoring one cow, $250. Appreciate all the employees there, but the employees can still step up and make donations, so I challenge all the employees of the Sheriff's Office to come through and get me out of here. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Sheriff Singleton, and it's pretty bad when you got both Colbert and Lauderdale County sheriffs in here, don't you think?
Yeah, it is, yeah. I don't know who's protecting them.
Well, and especially, you know, I grew up as a little boy thinking the guys that wore the black hats, I thought they were the bad guys.
Well, I've got a white hat, but my sheriff's posse, this is the hat they wear, and they gave this to me, so I wanted to honor them by wearing it. It goes better with gray than the tan does.
All right, I understand that, but thank you again, and call Sheriff Singleton. We need to keep him awake and get him out of jail. It's 256-415-8381. We're going to go back here to another new jailbird we have. This is Mr. Fred Jolie, and he's telling me he's retired from the Air Force and worked several odd jobs. He was a jack of all trades and the master of none, I think, or something to that effect. But, Fred, you're still serving as the president of the Tuscumbia Civitan Club.
That is correct,
okay.
Yes.
And welcome, and we would like you to read off your pledges if you would.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for having me. It's certainly a pleasure serving, and what a wonderful operation, wonderful chance that we have to, try to raise a little money, for this wonderful cause. So I've been a little out trying to raise a little money, and I've talked to a few people, and a couple of them I'd like to read off is one from Mr. John Lackey of Muscle Shoals. He's a co-worker of mine at the Carver County Board of Registrars. I think everybody knows John Lackey. He's a wonderful guy. So John makes a donation of $60. Thank you, John. Another friend of mine is Mr. Dan and Rowena Larson. They're wonderful people. They're also retired military and just great people out in Muscle Shoals. And they made a donation of $25. Another great guy I've been knowing probably for 40 years is Jonathan Hanson. Jonathan is the agent at the Ameriprise in Florence. I've been working with him, like I said, a number of years. Wonderful guy. And I called him, and he come across with a great donation of $100. Thank you, Jonathan. And for right now, I'd like to talk about my wife and myself. We had a granddaughter who passed away last September. She was age 13. She died of cystic fibrosis. She was such a precious little girl. And as all these kids are, every one of these young kids, they're so precious, and they really need our help. So please, call the number and call in and donate money for this wonderful cause. This number, as you can see, is 256-415-8382. So please call in and donate. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. And what was your granddaughter's name?
Oh, I'm sorry, Danielle Denton.
All right, Danielle Denton. Well, okay. Well, I appreciate you telling that story, and I appreciate, again, all the generous people in the Quad Cities area that call and make pledges, and that work that goes on beforehand, and especially the work that Alice and her staff do at this time. We're going to move back to Susie, and Susie's got a couple that she needs to read off. Susie, take it away.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much for letting Sabrina and I be jailbirds this year. It's been our pleasure. We've got a couple of pledges to read before we sign off. I took a pledge. It's actually Daryl Thrasher's. He has already left. Glenda and Laura Stanley, and they are donating $50, and this is in honor of Bradford Thrasher. And Sabrina has a special pledge she would like to read off. She challenged earlier the Florence Middle School to make a donation, so I believe someone has called in for Sabrina, so she would like to read this pledge. Thank you.
As Susie said, one of the parents accepted my challenge, and her name is Emily Morrison, and she donated $20. You want to encourage? Oh, and I still want the Florence Middle School students and adults to go ahead and donate, and that's a challenge.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Susie. Thank you, Sabrina, for being awarded, and thank again all those who helped support them and get them out of jail. We're going to go back to the front row here, and we have the sheriff from Colbert County, Frank Williamson. And Frank, I was commenting about Sheriff Singleton's black hat, and you got on a white hat, kind of like my white hat, and it's that white hair. So
that's angel hair.
Angel hair. Okay. Well, I hope you'll encourage these other angels out here in the community to call this number. That's 415-8380 and get you out of jail.
That's right. I'm asking all of my supporters here, just give us a call. This is a worthy cause. Let's give to it and support them.
I'll read off some of your pledges there.
Some of the pledges, my chief deputy, he pledged $50. We appreciate that. Mr. Gary Simpson in Muscle Shoals, he's a great supporter of mine, and I appreciate that. He pledged $100. Andy Wayne's Wrecker Service, $50, and we appreciate that. John Harbin, who's a good friend of mine, he pledged $50. And Mr. Wes Emmons, who is also a good friend of mine, pledged $50. And somebody, come on, call in and give us a call. Our number is 256-415-8380. We need your pledges. We at the Sheriff's Department took up collecting money over a period of time, and that all amounted to $222 is what we have brought in from the sheriff's office, and we need your support. So give us a call.
All right, that's a generous amount there. Well, you've been doing some work, so thank you, Frank, for doing this. And keep the phone ringing, 415-8380. And we're going to go back now in just a few moments back over to the VIP table, and I think they're about ready for Danny Hendricks.
Okay, I'm back over here at the VIP table with Neil Willis, and I'm going to help him today. Neil is on the city council for Muscle Shoals. And Neil's been with us in the past, but couldn't make it last year. But, man, we're glad to have you this year, Neil.
Thank you so much. This is a very, very worthy cause here, and I love everybody that's invested in this, and y'all just make your pledges. Call us.
Neil's number is going to be 256-415-8378, and I'll be answering the phone at 256-415-8377. And right now we're going to go back here, and we've got some folks that are helping us today, and I want you to introduce yourself.
I'm Alex Beckman.
And what do you do?
I am a student at UNA.
And what year are you?
I'm a junior. I'm a public communications major.
Okay. Thank you for being with us, and you guys?
My name is Travis Simpson. I go to school at Florence High School, and I play baseball.
And you're the shortstop.
Yes, sir.
All right. Glad to have you with us. And this is a football player here.
My name is Trevor Simpson. I'm the sophomore class president. I play football at Florence High School.
Great. Well, we appreciate you guys taking part of your Sunday to come out here and help us raise funds for the Cerebral Palsy Center and these children. And we are at $62,500, and our goal is $125,000, and we've got an hour and 5 minutes. So you need to be calling us. Our number is 415-8377 and 415-8378. The number for the folks behind us is 415-8370. This time I'm going to go over to the big board and read some names. We have a $250 donation from Power Cleaning Equipment and also J&J Enterprises. Chad, Valerie, and Scott Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley. And also Tommy and Regina Thompson at $300. Leland and Maybelline Yarber in honor of Haley Tucker, and Max and Emily Hutchinson, $250. Sunnyside Church of God, $250, and also Launch Point Church in honor of Bradford Thrasher, $250. Harold Kimbrew at Mounting Systems Incorporated and Kimbrew Automotive, $250. Cook's Pest Control employees, and also First Metro Bank, $250. Gary Monroe, $250, and Gary Keenum Concrete challenges all concrete finishers to a challenge of $250. Sheffield Kiwanis Club and Cass Pace CPS Incorporated, $250. Brandon and Sydney Richardson in honor of Grady Richardson, $250, and Joe Keenum, $250. Doris and Brian Berry, $300, in honor of Brindley Robertson, who has recently been helped by the therapist at the UCP, and also Sister Bree. We've got a $250 from Leland and Maybelline Yarber in honor of Haley Tucker and Max and Emily. We've also got $1,000 donations. Wes and Marcy Oberholzer, $1,500. And the City of Muscle Shoals, $1,500. $1,000 donation from Randall Fuller and employees at Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Sam's Club and also the Lane family in memory of James Lane, $1,000. Ann and Bill Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley. And also Petersville Church of Christ has donated $2,432. Muscle Shoals Civitan Club, $1,000. The Florence Civitan Club, $2,000. Widow's Sons, the Brethren, $900. Morrison Funeral Home and Doug and Lisa Ruggles, $500. Muscle Shoals Area Street Rods Club, Jay and Susie Martin, $500. George and Rudy Pillow in honor of their grandson Walter Hovatter, and Gray's Chapel Free Will Baptist, $500. Carly Korfman in memory of her sister Mackenzie Korfman, and Briggs Tax Service, $500. Nancy Oakley in honor of Kobe Oakley, and Plumbers and Steamfitters, Local 760. Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Logan's Pharmacy, and Daryl and Vicki Thrasher at Dalton Pharmacy, $500. Okay, right now we're going to go to a video.
Hi, my name is Leah. My daughter is Hallie. She is 22 months. I guess we started coming to the UCP Center back in May of last year, 2015. We didn't know anything that she had any kind of problems when she was born. I didn't start suspecting anything, I guess, until like when I thought she should start pulling up and crawling, and because she went through all the normal stages. She rolled at 4 months, she sat up by the time she was 6 months, all that. She did fine, you know, everything was on pace, on point. But then by like 9-10 months, all she wanted to do was roll. She didn't want to crawl. She had no intentions of pulling up, anything like that. So I kind of was concerned at my 9 months checkup, but her pediatrician said, let's just wait. All kids are different. You know, all kids do things differently. So we did. We put it off again. And so at I think it was her 12 months appointment, Dr. Moore, her pediatrician, she told me, she said, I feel like you're a little more concerned about it. And I said, yes, ma'am. And she said, well, there's a place you can call, the early intervention, and you can get the lady to come out and evaluate Hallie and see if she could use any of their services. And so that's what I did. Then that afternoon after we left, I got on the phone and I called and made an appointment with Julie. Julie came to our house. She came and sat on the floor and she played with Hallie, and she told me that she did see a little bit of signs of some weakness in her muscle tones. And so after we saw Julie and she saw the weakness, the orthopedic doctor, he told us that, structurally Hallie was fine, that there was nothing structurally wrong with her, that he felt some muscle tone weakness. We had started coming to the UCP Center, and Hallie had already started her therapy with Lucinda, and we came here, and I really felt like that this was the place that we needed to be, because when I first brought Hallie here, this is the first time that she had ever stayed with anybody other than family. And the day we walked in and we went back to Miss Becky's class and Lucinda came back there, it was like she could tell I was getting all emotional about it. And so Lucinda just got Hallie and just picked her up, and Hallie never cried for me, never, it was just like she could tell the love and the care that Lucinda had. And like right then, that moment, I knew that this is where she needs to be. This is where she's going to get the most help and the love that she needs to get through all this. Back in August, we saw the neurologist, Dr. Gacure. I'm not sure if that's how you pronounce it, but we saw him in Birmingham at the Children's Hospital, and he ran some blood work. And at first, it didn't come back with what he thought it was. But then he said he had a little extra, so he ran some more tests, and sure enough, he said it came back with the spinal muscular atrophy that he was thinking about it. And at first, he told us, he said, I'm just going to be real blunt. He said, she might never walk. Of course, that was just like a shocker, because that's not what you want to hear, But looking back at it now, I'm glad he did tell me, because, I'm glad that I knew up front, and that, not later on down the road, and she doesn't progress like I want her to, and then he come back and tell me this. But so we went back for another checkup in December this past year, and Dr. Law, Charles Law, he's over the UCP Center in Birmingham, and we told him about that I had already gotten her in at the UCP here in Tuscumbia. She was already going through all her therapy with Lucinda and Julie, and I told him all the progress that she's made with them, and he was super excited, super glad that I had already started and already was concerned enough to call the early intervention, and he was excited about that. And he told me that, I asked him if we needed to up any of our exercises or anything like that, and he said no. He said, I feel like that what they're doing that is helping. And he said usually with that diagnosis, he said they're usually stiff, real stiff. He said, but that Hallie was real loose and was real, and he was really proud of that. And he said, that he can really tell that she's had the care and the love that she needed. And I really feel like that if I hadn't have already gotten here at the UCP Center, that she would not be where she is today. And just it's like I felt like when we walked in those doors the first time that it was like that y'all were welcoming us to a family. And that's what we are here. And I feel like that the Lord put us here for a reason. And he knew that we needed Lucy, and he knew that we needed Julie, and that I needed Becky, and Hallie needed Becky, because, like I said, she'd never been with anybody other than family. And that day we walked in those doors, and she just went right to Lucinda, and it was just like, okay, she's gonna be okay, and they're gonna give her the love and the care and the help that she needs. And like I said, I felt like that was where God placed us.
These videos are such strong testimonials as to the work that is going on at our local CP Center here on Hook Street in Tuscumbia to serve the families of the Shoals. We ask you, as we come up here less than an hour to go with this telethon, to please donate.
Don't let time stop you, though. In the event that you are out of town or you're traveling or you're out fishing or something on this beautiful day, understand that you can still donate next week, but we would love for you to do it today. MasterCard, Visa, American Express. We take cash as well. And not just that, but you can also do it on PayPal. You can go to our Facebook page and like us at UCP Center. Stream it. We're streaming live, and you can give your donation that way.
Would you do that? We have a new total. Chris.
Yes, we do. $74,375.
All right. Less than an hour to go. Come on and get those donations in. We want to acknowledge them before we end our broadcast. In honor of Brindley Robertson, who has recently been helped by the therapists at UCP, and also his sister Bree, Doris and Brian Berry, generously from Florence, donate $300. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you goes out to Rex Burleson of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Danny and Debbie Henson from Tuscumbia, in honor of Drew, their grandson, $100.
Dr. Brad McAnley of Sheffield, $100.
Brooke McCormick of Muscle Shoals, $500 in honor of Holly Tucker.
Spooner and Karen Eldom of Rogersville, $100.
Thank you to Jamie Hood Jewelers of Muscle Shoals, $100.
Janice Carrot of Florence, $35 in memory of Stephen Williams, her son.
Deborah Belpasseur from Florence, $50.
Travis and Debbie Burgess of Florence, $25 in honor of their wonderful grandchildren.
Tommy and Amber Willis in memory of Tyler Willis of Tuscumbia, $75. Thank you, guys.
Thank you goes out to Marty and Kathy Connor of Florence, $100 in honor of Cannon Shepherd, their grandson.
Berlin and Martha Chumley from Hueytown, $50.
Max and Emily Hutchinson of Belmont, Mississippi, $250 in honor of Haley Tucker.
Donna and Takia Yarborough from Killen, $25. Thank you.
Stumphead Church of God, Tuscumbia, $250.
Randy and Missy Enlow from Florence, $100 in memory of Senior Womble.
Thank you goes out to Launch Point Church of Tuscumbia, $250 in honor of Brad Thrasher.
Marcel Black from Tuscumbia, $100.
Travis and Cynthia Hoverter of Florence, $300.
Pride Tompkins of Muscle Shoals, $100.
Bonnie Malone of Tuscumbia, $30.
Tom McCutcheon of Florence, $200.
Thank you goes to Martha Barnett of Lexington, $50.
Judge Hal Houston of Tuscumbia, $200.
In honor of Grady Richardson, Brenda Wright of Sheffield, $250.
Debbie Smith of Tuscumbia, $100. Thank you, Debbie.
Steve and Rosemary Irons of Florence, $25.
David Matthews of Killen, $300.
Bill and Faye Acock of Muscle Shoals, $100.
Anna Underwood of Tuscumbia, $100 in honor of Holly, Victoria, and Faith.
Matthew and Ashley Carpenter of Florence, $25.
Max and Emily Hutchison of Belmont, Mississippi, $100 in honor of Miss Becky Nix.
Kelly, Bryce, and Bradford Thrasher of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Wesley and Leah Tucker from Florence, $100 in honor of Holly Tucker.
Thank you goes out to Sheffield Masonic Lodge number 503 of Muscle Shoals, $250.
John, Jessica, and Owen Bird of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Wesley Spurgeon.
John and Shauna K. Webb of Sheffield, $250.
Sharon Grotchlich of Decatur, $50.
Todd Owen, $50 in honor of Lucinda Owen.
Rick and Kim Walker of Florence, $100 in honor of Cannon Shepherd.
Catherine Richardson of Sheffield, $75 in honor of Grady Richardson.
Dr. and Mrs. Matt Wilbanks of Florence, $200.
Helen Hunt of Tuscumbia, $10.
Brandon and Jessica Pritchett of Muscle Shoals, $25 in honor of Caleb and Kinsley.
Lindsay Oliver of Lexington, Alabama, $100.
Jason Smallwood of Sheffield, $10.
Raymond and Brenda Phillips of Florence, $150.
Brandy Ray and Blake Ray of Waterloo, $100 in honor of Briley Ray.
Joyce Harper, Florence, $35.
Pedro Andres of Russellville, $20.
Stella Berry of Sheffield, in memory of Drake Scott, $100.
And we want to remind everyone, we are expecting Gary Nichols, Grammy Award-winning Gary Nichols, coming up here just a few minutes. So very, very excited about his performance. Right now, we got a lot of jailbirds, and they're raising money for a great cause. Let's send it over to our good friends over there.
Hey, we're back over here at the Jailbirds. We're going to start with Susie Martin. I think she's gotten a few extra donations that have come in, so let's go with her.
Thank you, Julie. I wanted to make sure I give a shout out to these two people. They're special in my life. They go to church with me, and this is one of my best friends, Amanda Penn. and she donated $50, and I appreciate that so much, Amanda. And her precious, precious father, who I dearly love, Frank Penn, he has also donated $50 on my behalf, and I appreciate them so much. So I had to make sure I got them announced on air. So thank you again. I'm going to give this back to Julie for some other jailbirds to read their pledges. Thank you.
Thank you, Susie. I want to give you a good thank you. I know that you have worked so hard, as all of our jailbirds have. Let's go over to Fred. Fred Jolly's got some pledges he wants to call out.
Thank you, Julie. I got a few more here I'd like to talk about and call in. First one I got is from Lee Clement, who's with agent at Edward Jones and Investments in Sheffield. He's also a Boy Scout leader, troop leader in Tuscumbia. He's doing a wonderful job at that. And Lee Clement pledges $50. Joel Parrish, a good friend of mine, he's in the American Legions with me, and he pledges $20. And Sam and Paula Britnell, they're great people. They pledged $30. I want to thank them. And Mr. David L. Black. David's chairman of the Carver County Commissioners. He's the chairman, and he's very generous with an offering of $100. So I'd like to thank him.
Thank you, Fred. I appreciate that. We're going to come over to our sheriff here, and let's see what he's rounded up since the last time.
All right, thank you. You know, you can make a donation in memory of honor someone, and I have a young lady, and this same lady called me last year, and she made a $1,000 donation in honor of Philip Carmack, and what a great way to honor someone. Philip must mean an awfully lot to this lady, and that she's made this donation, I know, 2 years now in a row in his honor, so we appreciate that. And if you'd like to honor someone, maybe one of your children or grandchildren, or if you'd like to make a donation in memory of someone, get our phones ringing and let's get those donations in. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll pass down here.
Okay, I've had a few more here. Brian Quinn and Dina Hagan, they pledged $30. Wiley and Jeannie Mitchell, they pledged $50. Mr. Bob Carson pledged $50. And I thank you for that. Mr. Tony Gargas, he pledged $500. Tony Quillen, he pledged $50. And Whole Hog Express, he pledged $100. So y'all keep it coming, and we appreciate what you're doing and what you've done for us, and you're donating to a good cause.
Frank, thank you. As you can see, folks, all of our phones are kind of quiet. We really would like for you to give us a call. I know Sheriff Singleton's phone number is 415-8381. We've got 415-8382, 8384. Any of those numbers are going to be able to take your pledges. Please help all of them to try to get out of jail. Would like to go over to the VIP table now.
Okay, we're back over here with our VIPs. We've got Neil Willis, who's on the city council at Muscle Shoals, and we've got Cameron Kay. And let me tell you about Cameron. Cameron is in the Tuscumbia Civitan Club, full-time, helping them with all their projects. But he is at every Florence Civitan meeting. He's at every Florence Civitan project. And here he is helping us today. And Cameron, we're glad to have you.
Good to be here. And Florence and Tuscumbia helped start the CP Telethon. How many years ago?
52 years ago.
52 years ago. And you were part of that?
No, I was just a little one.
Oh.
But anyway, Cameron's going to be here with us for the next little while with Neil. And Cameron's phone number is 256-415-8377. So while he's spending his afternoon with us and Neil, give them a call. And Neil's number is just about the same, ending in 8378. 415-8378. And Neil, you got a couple pledges to read, I think.
We sure do. We've got one here, and Jimmy Ballantyne started a little wheel turning right here. He called in, and he's got a pledge here of $250 in memory of Jim Holland. And that just spurned something here. My wife and I talked about who are you going to pledge in honor of, and I was trying to think about that before I came over here, and Jimmy just spurned that on. And Jim Holland served on the city council with me for 16 years. He was on it 24 years, and he passed away 2 weeks ago, and we miss him terribly. And he was a very, very avid supporter of the CP Center. And so this right here, we're gonna give $100 in memory of Jim Holland, and I challenge everybody that knew Jim Holland to call in and do the same thing, because he would, I guarantee you, he would be dancing in heaven right now. And we also have one from my fellow buddy right here in honor of his uncle Grady Lyles for $50 right here from Danny Hendricks. So call in and get these phone lines going, 415-8378. Or Cameron over here, 415-8377.
Give these guys a call. Our total is going up. Our total is $74,375. That's great, but we've got to get to $125,000. We got 44 minutes, so we need you to give us a call. 74,375. That's great. Keep the phones ringing. Let's go over to the big board and read some names. We've got some new donors up here. We've got $250 donor Patrick Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter. We've got Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster. We've got Woodman of the World Life in memory of Linda Robinson. Holden's Clothing, $250. We've got Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West. We've also got Bob and Carol Beavis, $250. Farmers and Merchants Bank and Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club, $250. Porter Garden Center and Marty Stanley Automotive, $250. Clyde and Penny Roberts and also Hicks and Associates, $250. Devon King and also Greg and Kim Pounders, $250. Anonymous, $250. And we've got Fisher Smith Animal Clinic, $250. Thomas and Dorothy Ray and family, and also the estate of A.D. and Mildred Ray, $250. Terry Anderson and Larry and Kathy Phillips, $250 pledge. William T. Holden and Singing River Dentistry, $250. Glenn and Dee Hollis and Unitarian Universalist Congregation, $250. SunTrust Bank and Garnett Electric, $250. Central Heights United Methodist Church and Allen Rapoon, $250. Printers and Stationers Incorporated and Thomas Ross, $250. Ashley Anderson and also Gateway Construction, $250. TVA Community Credit Union and Shoals Area Labor Council, $250. Beavis Used Auto Parts in honor of Cannon Shepard. Also Shoals ATV Riders in honor of Kelly Lee Whitehead, $250. Charles C. Anderson in honor of Stacy Holcomb and Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning, $250. Anonymous in honor of Joe Fulmer. American Legion Post number 146 and Auxiliary number 146. Bill and Sheila Howard in honor of Dr. Howard Gamble. And Butch and James. This time we're going to go back up to Chris and Joey.
Thank you very much, Danny. And the donations continue to come in. 5 o'clock is when this telethon broadcast will end. You still got plenty of time to make those donations and those pledges. Please commit to our local CP Center. All the money stays right here in the Shoals area. You can do that commitment this afternoon.
256-415-8370 is our main line. But make sure that you also understand that we are streaming live.
Yes.
Go to our Facebook page at UCP Center. Click on the link, and you can also send your money via PayPal. Now, I know, Joey, it's a beautiful day outside.
It is.
I also know that gas prices are at the least expensive they've been in a long time.
That's true.
Well, with those two things in mind, you can also come up here.
Yes, we'd love to see you. We'd love to have you.
And give your donation in person.
Yes, please do that, will you? Make this commitment to our families here that are served by the CP Center. We want to make sure that it continues long into the future. And it is through these pledges, these funds that you're providing, that it does. That's how it happens. So make the commitment this afternoon and make those donations now.
And also understand that in the event that you're already out on your boat or doing something fun with the weather being as good as it is and you missed and we sign off before you get back, you can still give even through all of next week, Joey.
Yes, please do that. We want to acknowledge your donations before we go off the air here. Thank you to Zoe Flanagan and Herschel Davenport in honor of Cannon Shepard, $25. Thank you.
Ray and Sarah Phillips of Lexington, $25.
Marianne Lee from Sheffield, $25.
Patsy Carson of Florence, $80.
Beverly Faust of Tuscumbia, $25 in honor of Colby Oakley.
In honor of Michaela Pruitt, Tommy and Helen Pruitt, $25.
Brian Capaldo. Now, this may be our longest dedication, if you will.
A blast from the past.
From Virginia, $25. Brian, thank you so much, brother.
In honor of all the children, Shoals Optimist Club in Muscle Shoals, $100.
Doris and Brian Berry from Florence, $300 in honor of Brentley Robertson, who's recently helped by the UCP Center, and his sister Bree. You guys are just doing so much here.
In honor of all the grandchildren, David and Nancy Bonfield of Tuscumbia, $25.
Brooke McCormick of Muscle Shoals, $50 in honor of Hallie Tucker.
In honor of Kobe Oakley. Tony Holland of Tuscumbia, $100.
Deborah Bell Passeur of Florence, $50.
Rosalie Stevenson of Florence, $20.
Tommy and Amber Willis in memory of Tyler Willis in Tuscumbia, $75.
In honor of Jace Basom, Donnie and Nelda Newton of Rogersville, $25.
I want to say thank you to Ray and Sarah Phillips of Lexington, $25.
In memory of Brandon Aycock and in honor of Brantley Aycock, Little Bear Creek Baptist Church of Tuscumbia, $200.
In honor of Michaela Pruitt, Tommy and Helen Pruitt, $25.
In honor of Grady Richardson, James Walton of Sheffield, $25.
In honor of David Backus, Allen's Air Conditioning Incorporated in Tuscumbia, $25.
In honor of Ty and Maggie Sue Scott and Ivy Blanton, Raymond and Shirley Scott of Florence, $25.
Thank you in honor of Sydney Barnes, Janet Barnes of Sheffield, $25.
Thank you to Kenneth Johnson, $150.
Randy and Marion Hester of Tuscumbia donated $25 in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble. Thank you, guys.
And now we're going back to the jail to try to get the sheriff out of jail.
Right.
Thank you, Chris, Joey. We're going to do a little ad here. I'm going to have Michelle Crowell, who she's going to share just a little bit about what CP Center has helped her with her profession. Hold on just a second.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Michelle Crowell, and I am administrator at Keller Hospice here in the Shoals. And I just want to just give a wonderful praise to the UCP, because in the past I have actually dealt with children who have cerebral palsy, and seen just amazing how that the center is not only there for the child, but it's also there for the family as well. And so, I mean, it's just an amazing, please call in and donate. 256-415-8384. Although I'm officially not in jail, I consider myself in jail. So call in and do those donations so I can get out.
Michelle, thank you. Let's come back to our sheriff and see what he has been able to get done.
All right, let me go through these again right quick. The employees of the Lauderdale County Sheriff's Office, $250. We appreciate that. Also, the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge Number 5, they make an annual contribution, $750. We appreciate the FOP and the members supporting these kids. Phil King, a co-worker of mine at the Lauderdale County Detention Center, $100. Phil is very supportive of the community and projects like this. And Phil, we appreciate everything you do, bud. And also we have a young lady who, for 2 years in a row, I know because she called me both years, made an anonymous contribution of $1,000 in honor of Philip Carmack, and we appreciate that as well. So we appreciate it. I guess we're going to hand it down to Frank, Sheriff Williamson.
Okay, I need some help. I just got off the phone with Mr. Steve Bigby. He just gave me a $50 donation. We appreciate that, Mr. Bigby, and he wants to get with Mr. Travis Womack, and we need a donation from you, sir. I need some help to get out of jail. So everybody that wants to help me get out of jail, call me here at 256-415-8380. 256-415-8380.
Frank, thank you. I know Michelle, after she spoke, she had someone that called in, so we'll get to that call in just a second. Danny, let's go over to the VIP table.
Hey, we're over at this VIP table with Neil Willis and Cameron Kay, and we're enjoying talking to each other, but we hadn't got to talk to anybody on the phone much. And Cameron's waiting on a call. He's 256-415-8377, and Neil is 415-8378. And I know it's a pretty day, but we're getting close to time. We got about 35 minutes to make our goal, so we'd appreciate you calling in. If you'd like your name on the VIP board, you better get it in because it takes a few minutes to get it up there, and it takes $250 to get your name on that board. We've got some folks back here behind us that she's on the phone. We've got a couple more that would like for you to call them. Their number is 415-8370, and so give them a call. So right now I'm going to go over and read some names on the VIP board, and I think we got some new ones up here. Bill and Sheila Howard in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, and Bunch and James, $250. Ella Hall in honor of Stella Berry, and Harriet Edwards in honor of Jack Martin, $250. The Lane family in honor of Walter Hovatter, and the Lane family in honor of Haley Emmons. Joe and Nancy Yates, and Don and Brenda Miller, $250. Certified Alarm, Dennis and Gail Morgan in honor of Colby Oakley, $250. Sheffield Masonic Lodge, number 503, and also Brenda Wright in honor of Grady Richardson, $250. John and Sana K. Webb, and also Travis and Cynthia Hovatter in honor of Walter Hovatter, $250. Randall Hester Allstate Insurance and H&N Construction in honor of Walter Hovatter, $250. Kyle Myhan, Colbert Pharmacy, and Kyle and Angie Frederick, $250. Bill Countess, Trading Post Discount Drugs, and Ken A. Day at Crossroads Pharmacy, $250. Wes Mayfield, Russellville Drugs, and First Metro Bank, Tuscumbia, $250. Park Cochran State Farm, and also Shoals Home Builders, $250. Randy Bratton at Bratton Properties, and Clinton Missy Wilkes, Abstract and Title Company, $250. Attorney Billy Underwood and Pounders and Associates, $250. First Southern Bank in honor of Colby Oakley, and also Brink Apartments LLC in honor of Noah Brink and Colby Oakley, $250. Power Cleaning Equipment and J&J Enterprises, $250. Chad, Valerie, and Scott Oakley in honor of Colby Oakley, and Tommy and Regina Thompson, $300 in honor of Bradford Thrasher. Leland and Maybelline Yarber in honor of Haley Tucker, and Max and Emily Hutchison in honor of Haley Tucker. Sunnyside Church of God and Launch Point Church in honor of Bradford Thrasher, $250. Harold Kimbrew, Mounting Systems and Kimbrew Automotives, also Billy Reed Incorporated, $250. Cook's Pest Control Employees and First Metro Bank, $250. Gary Monroe and Gary Keenum Concrete challenges all concrete finishers to donate. Sheffield's Kiwanis Club and Cass Pace CPS Incorporated, $250. Brandon and Sydney Richardson in honor of Grady Richardson, and also Joe Keenum, $250. Doris and Brian Berry, $300 in honor of Brindley Robertson, who has recently been helped by the therapist at the UCP, and also Sister Bree. And Albert Trousel, $300. This time we're going to go back up to the MCs.
Thank you, Danny. Well, we got about 30 minutes left now, Chris, to 5 o'clock. Right. You still got plenty of time, though, to get those donations in. There are those there that can take those calls, so please make those commitments, that investment in our families here in the Shoals area in the CP Center.
And again, you can visit us on our Facebook page at UCP Center. We're streaming online. You can also pay by PayPal there. We also take American Express, Visa, and MasterCard. And, of course, we take cash as well. And if you don't have an opportunity to donate while we're on the air, because we're on the other side of 30 minutes now, you can also always go by the CP Center and give a donation there as well.
Please do that. We're at $74,375, and we have a long way to go of our goal. But I know this: if we work together, if we put our hearts out there, we can make this happen for our families. So we ask you to do that. We want to recognize a pledge from Deborah McMurtry from Florence this afternoon, $25 in memory of Tyler Willis. Thank you, Deborah.
Michelle McBrayer from Tuscumbia, $25 in honor of Cannon Shepherd.
Donald Davis from Tuscumbia, $50 in honor of 2 healthy grandchildren. You know, Chris, if everybody donated, if they've got healthy grandchildren, we get that goal met real quick, wouldn't we?
And here's another thing, Joey. What if you didn't have a healthy grandchild, you donated anyway? We would definitely get to our goal.
Got it, absolutely. Please do that. In honor of Wes Hogue and Olivia Bates, Wes Hogue of Waterloo, $20.
Cleve and Susan White of Muscle Shoals, $100 in honor of Daryl Thrasher.
Della Brantley of Sheffield, $30.
Ronnie and Jean May of Muscle Shoals donated $100 in honor of their healthy grandchildren.
Howard and Linda Pace of Muscle Shoals pledging $100.
MJ Carter and Company of Florence, $100.
In memory of James Rickman, David Tweesme of Florence, $50.
Kenneth and Tanya Shelton of Killen donated $25 in honor of Angela Richardson.
Billy and Nancy Snoddy of Killen, $50.
Jill Perry of Rogersville donated $25 in honor of Kathy Ashford.
In honor of Stella Berry, one of the service coordinators at UCP, Billy and Haroline Simmons of Killen pledging $200.
Carrie and Susan Peck of Killen, $50.
In honor of 5 healthy grandkids, Billy and Catherine Word of Anderson, $50.
Bill and Daniel Romaine donated $25 in honor of Angela Richardson.
Simpson Enterprises, $100. Thank you, guys.
Doug and Pat Acock of Sheffield donated $50 in honor of their granddaughter, Emma Sneed.
In honor of Briley Ray and Brinley Robertson, Jeff and Craig Thompson of Muscle Shoals, $50.
Hey, Joey, guess what, man?
What's that?
We got a new total.
How about that?
Yes, sir. $79,475.
All right. We're working our way. We have a long way to go, short time to get there, but if we work together, we know we can make this happen.
Right, and you hear the cheering in the studio, and that's good news, but still we're very short of our goal, and we need to understand that this is their biggest fundraiser all year long, and all the money stays right here in Tuscumbia for the UCP Center here.
So please, if you will, get those donations in as we hit 5 o'clock. Our broadcast will end, but the CP Center and the need for the CP Center will continue, so please help us out here.
And at this time, Joe, we'll go to another video testimonial.
I'm Brandy.
I'm Blake.
And this is little Miss Briley, and she's pretty much our superhero, you know. In June 2014, I found out that I was pregnant with this little Joy. And of course, I think I asked you 500 questions the night we found out. And yes, and we never knew that we were going to have a rock star, that's for sure. You know, you think about all these things, you try to imagine, what are they going to be like? Who are they going to be, you know? Are they going to be the president of the United States, or are they going to be, you know, the next scientist? Maybe they find a cure for something. You never know. So we proceeded, you know, our first scan, it looked great, 8-week scan, you know, just to make sure the baby's there, the heartbeat's good, all that good stuff. It was great, everything looked good. So we went back, you know, for all our routine stuff, 20-week scan, they found a little bit of fluid on her brain. And so we were like, you know, our fantastic OB doctor, he said, I'm just going to send you to UAB just to kind of check it out. So at 21 weeks, we went down and we saw the fluid on her brain. Yeah, it had relatively resolved. And so they said, well, just come back, you know, in a couple weeks and we'll check again. So we went back again and he said, you know, the fluid's resolved. He said, but what do you do for a living? And at that time, I was an open heart recovery nurse. And so that's what I did. And he said, well, let's just take a peek at her heart. And I said, well, okay. Let's do that. And he kept looking from different angles. And finally he said, I'm sorry, but your baby has tetralogy of Fallot. And you know, your heart just kind of sinks. Because it's one of those things, you know, that you learn about in school and you just hear blue baby, that's all I could think of. But February the 5th, 7/27, she came into our lives, black and blue. And, you know, I didn't hear her cry. It felt like a lifetime, it really did. But she was a champ. You know, the first time I heard her cry, I was like, our world's changing right here and now. And it was perfect. You know, it's not one of those moments that you dream about of, oh, I get to cuddle my baby as soon as they're born. You know, it's not anything picture perfect. It's not movie. And the first time I saw her, I looked at my husband and I broke. I honestly did. I'm not one to cry, but I said, Blake, she has Down syndrome. And that was my first glance at her. You know, and you know, his first words to me after that, he said, it's okay, she's ours. And I said, you're exactly right. As soon as we came home, we were met by the UCP Center. And I tell you, it was a breath of fresh air, honestly. Because, you know, when Miss Stella came out and Julie the first time, they said, you know, what are your goals? What do you want to see Briley doing? And so we told them, we set goals, and, you know, we wanted to have some items that we thought, you know, that she should be doing at 6 months and whatnot, and every 6 months we reevaluate. Well, the breath of fresh air is that, you know, at 4 weeks old, she was having head control. At 6 weeks old, she rolled over. And, you know, and from there on out, it's on Briley time, and, you know, that's just how it is. But I tell you, having Miss Lucinda come out, you know, once a month and work with Briley and just see how strong that she's gotten. We made our own goals and we set out and we achieved those goals, that's for sure. So Miss Briley's sitting up, she's doing her own thing, she's rocking this life, and you know, nothing's gonna hold her back. We'll just keep on working, and like I said, everything's on her time, and she's doing absolutely amazing.
Thank you. We're back here at the jail, and we want to check in with a few of our jailbirds. It looks like they're still working diligently trying to raise their bail. So we're going to start with Frank and check in with him and see who he has had call in.
Okay, this is a surprise to my wife. Me and her's going to give $100. Travis Womack called in, and he give $100, and he wanted to tell Steve Bigby he needed to go ahead and go up with his donation there. Also, Donna Patterson called in, and she give us $50, and we appreciate everybody giving, and this is a worthy cause. So, folks, y'all call in and donate.
All right, we appreciate our helper here today too. Lewis Ritchie, brother of Chief Deputy Richard Ritchie, called in, and he made a $25 pledge. We appreciate that, Lewis, and he said he thought I looked pretty good behind these bars, and I don't know about that, but we appreciate all the support today and continue calling those pledges in.
All right, thank you. It's such a wonderful cause, and it's such an honor to be in jail. The phones have been a little slow, so get a chance. Please call 256-415-8382. However, we did have one call in, and that was from Donnie and Gloria Burns. They're from Florence, and they called in with a generous donation of $50. I also want to mention Tommy and Lisa Oswald. Tommy is the Carpenter County Revenue Commissioner, and I kind of twisted his arm a little bit, but no, not really, but he gave us a generous donation of $25. James Counts of Muscle Shoals, Counts Brothers Music. They've been around for quite a while, good people, and enjoy doing business with them. And they were generous with a $50 donation. I'm proud to serve as the president of the Civitan Club, and it's a wonderful organization. We raise a lot of money for different groups and functions around the community, and it's my honor to serve as a president. And this year, the Tuscany Civitan would like to donate a gift of $1,000 in honor of Ralph Foster. Ralph Foster unfortunately passed away in December, and he's been in Civitan for forever, and he's also one of the founding members of this telethon that was back since 1965, I believe it was. So in honor of Ralph Foster, we donate $1,000. Thank you.
And I would like to give a special shout out to Stephanie Holder from Tishomingo, Mississippi. She is a dear friend of mine, and she has given a donation of $25. Thank you so much.
Michelle, thank you. I want to thank all of the ones who have been in jail this time, and you can still call. It's 256-415-8370. So please don't let the phone stop ringing. Our young people here would love to answer the phone call. At this time, let's go over to the VIP, to Danny Hendricks.
Okay, we're back over here with our VIPs, Neil Willis and Cameron Kay, and I want to thank them. Their time is up, and they've both done this before, and they've both helped us a lot. Cameron, I appreciate you coming.
I'm glad to be here.
Thank you for coming. And Neil Willis, City Council for Muscle Shoals, really appreciate him being here too. And keep those phones ringing. Let's go over to the big board. I got a few names I need to read. I know there's some new ones. We've got Miss Sally Davis in honor of Haley Tucker. I think she challenged all the pharmacists around to a $500 pledge and a challenge. So we appreciate Miss Davis. We got Glenn Cox in honor of Jenzy Cox, $300. Central Heights Civitan Club, $250. Canaan United Methodist Church, Droke Hearing Aid Center in honor of Alex Littrell, $250. First Missionary Baptist Church, and also Harold Printing, Jack and Joan Martin, $250. New Hope Church of Christ, and also Dr. John and Debbie Hamilton. John's on the board for the CP Center, $250. Dow and Skeeter Reichert in honor of our grandchildren, and Catherine Lassiter in memory of David Lassiter, $250. Jan and Jerry Fulmer, Raymond Asbel. Jerry's a Central Civitan, $250. Thank y'all. Valley Credit Union and Janet Yu, $250. Pete and Tanya Williford, and also Dr. Greg and Laura Adderholt, $250. Judge and Mrs. Leslie Johnson in honor of our grandchildren, Walt and Josie Johnson, and Rebecca and Greg Hovader in honor of Walter Patrick Hovader. Dr. Keith and Amy Garrett in honor of Wesley Spurgeon and Mackenzie Korfman, and Mary Alice Underwood in honor of my children and my grandchildren, $250. The Gamble family in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble. Also Wright Solutions in honor of Justin Ross, $250. Patrick Wachter in memory of Paul Wachter, and also Myra Wilhite in honor of Dean Foster. Woodman of the World Life in memory of Linda Robinson, and Holden's Clothing, $250. Family Home Builders, Dwight Wooten and Jerry West, and Bob and Carol Beavis, $250. Farmers and Merchants Bank and Tuscumbia Kiwanis Club, $250. Porter Garden Center and Marty Stanley Automotive, $250. Thanks, Marty. Clyde and Penny Roberts, Hicks and Associates, $250. Devon King and Greg and Kim Pounders, $250. Anonymous and Fisher Smith Animal Clinic, $250. Thomas and Dorothy Ray and family, and also the estate of A.D. and Mildred Ray, $250. Terry Anderson, Larry and Kathy Phillips, $250. William T. Holden and Singing River Dentistry, $250. Glenn and Dee Hollis and the Unitarian Universalist Congregation, $250. SunTrust Bank, $250, and Garnett Electric also. Central Heights United Methodist Church and Alan Rapoon, $250. Printers and Stationers Incorporated and Thomas Ross, $250. Ashley Anderson and Gateway Construction. TVA Community Credit Union and Shoals Area Labor Council. Beavis Used Auto Parts in honor of Cannon Shepard, and Shoals ATV Riders in honor of, Charles C. Anderson in honor of Stacy Holcomb. Fuller Heating and Air Conditioning, Anonymous in honor of Joe Fulmer, American Legion Post number 146. And Bill and Sheila Howard in memory of Dr. Howard Gamble, and Bunch and James. And, okay, right now we're going to do a video.
I I'm Brandy.
I'm Blake.
And this is little Miss Briley, and she's pretty much our superhero, you know. In June 2014, I found out that I was pregnant with this little joy. And of course, I think I asked you 500 questions the night we found out. And yes, and we never knew that we were going to have a rock star, that's for sure. You know, you think about all these things, you try to imagine, what are they going to be like? Who are they going to be, you know? Are they going to be the president of the United States, or are they going to be, you know, the next scientist? Maybe they find a cure for something. You never know. So we proceeded, you know, our first scan, it looked great, 8-week scan, you know, just to make sure the baby's there, the heartbeat's good, all that good stuff. It was great, everything looked good. So we went back, you know, for all our routine stuff, 20-week scan, they found a little bit of fluid on her brain. And so we were like, you know, our fantastic OB doctor, he said, I'm just going to send you to UAB just to kind of check it out. So at 21 weeks, we went down and we saw the fluid on her brain. Yeah, it had relatively resolved. And so they said, well, just come back, you know, in a couple weeks and we'll check again. So we went back again and he said, you know, the fluid's resolved. He said, but what do you do for a living? And at that time, I was an open heart recovery nurse. And so that's what I did. And he said, well, let's just take a peek at her heart. And I said, well, okay. Let's do that. And he kept looking from different angles. And finally he said, I'm sorry, but your baby has tetralogy of Fallot. And you know, your heart just kind of sinks. Because it's one of those things, you know, that you learn about in school and you just hear blue baby, that's all I could think of. But February the 5th, 7/27, she came into our lives, black and blue. And, you know, I didn't hear her cry. It felt like a lifetime, it really did. But she was a champ. You know, the first time I heard her cry, I was like, our world's changing right here and now. And it was perfect. You know, it's not one of those moments that you dream about of, oh, I get to cuddle my baby as soon as they're born. You know, it's not anything picture perfect. It's not movie. And the first time I saw her, I looked at my husband and I broke. I honestly did. I'm not one to cry, but I said, like, she has Down syndrome. And that was my first glance at her. You know, and you know, his first words to me after that, he said, it's okay, she's ours. And I said, you're exactly right. As soon as we came home, we were met by the UCP Center. And I tell you, it was a breath of fresh air, honestly. Because, you know, when Miss Stella came out and Julie the first time, they said, you know, what are your goals? What do you want to see Briley doing? And so we told them, we set goals, and, you know, we wanted to have some items that we thought, you know, that she should be doing at 6 months and whatnot, and every 6 months we reevaluate. Well, the breath of fresh air is that, you know, at 4 weeks old, she was having head control. At 6 weeks old, she rolled over. And, you know, and from there on out, it's on Briley time. And, you know, that's just how it is. But I tell you, having Miss Lucinda come out, you know, once a month and work with Briley and just see how strong that she's gotten. We made our own goals and we set out and we achieved those goals, that's for sure. So Miss Briley's sitting up, she's doing her own thing, she's rocking this life, and you know, nothing's gonna hold her back. We'll just keep on working, and like I said, everything's on her time, and she's doing absolutely amazing.
You're watching the CP Telethon. Now, how about some great music? Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Gary Nichols.
Thank you so much. It's my pleasure to be here. It's definitely a wonderful thing you guys are doing here, and so proud to be a part of it. Did you ever think about what you would do when you got older? You have to move out of your parents' house, start your life over. Well, you gotta go out and get a job to earn a little cash. It'll be enough to pay your bills, but you better put a couple back, 'cause you know hard times never stop. You got to work for what you got. Hard times never end, like a played out movie playing over again. You grow up and become a man, you dang well better have a plan, or you'll wind up beat down and broke, sleeping on a cold floor, yeah. Y'all pick up your phones and start calling in and donate some money now. We need your help. Well, my brother's grown and on his own, trying to get on his feet, yeah. But he knows how far a dime won't stretch when they got 6 mouths to feed. Cause the rich folk making money off the middle and the lower class, sitting in the cool smoking fat cigars while we're working off our everybody knows it. Hard times never stop. You got to work for what you got. Hard times never end, like a played out movie playing over again. You grow up and become a man, you dang well better have a plan. You'll wind up beat down and broke, sleeping on a cold floor, yeah. Hard times, yeah. Hard times never stop. You got to work for what you got. Hard times never end, like a played out movie playing over again. When you grow up and become a man, you dang well better have a plan, or you'll wind up beat down and broke, sleeping on a cold floor. Oh, yeah. Thank you, thank you. Tell you what, I'm going to do one more song for you, and I want to urge you again. It's not too late. I know we've raised some money, and I think we're up over the $80,000 mark, but we've got quite a bit left to go. And I don't think it would hurt anybody's feelings if we doubled the amount that we were looking for. So please pick up your phone, donate some money. I'm going to challenge everybody I know personally to a $50 donation. Call them in right now. It's a song I wrote about my kids. It's called Daddy Come Watch. Daddy, come watch me run and play. The sun is shining bright today. We can chase the birds and our cares away. Daddy, come watch me run and play. Daddy, why is the sky so blue? Is heaven out there behind the moon? When I grow up, will I be like you? Daddy, why is the sky so blue? Growing up and getting old, holding on, letting go. The time will come when the years will roll away. Daddy, come sing me off to sleep, and pray the Lord our souls to keep. I'll close my eyes and count those sheep. Daddy, come sing me off to sleep. Ooh, we're growing up and getting old, holding on, letting go. The time will come Daddy, come sing me off to sleep, and pray the Lord our souls to keep. I'll close my eyes and count those sheep. Daddy, come sing me off to sleep. Daddy, come sing me off to sleep. Thank you, guys.
Mr. Gary Nichols, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Well, here we are, Chris. We're winding down here, and we want to say thank you to everyone that has donated this afternoon. Thank you so much for those commitments, the investment in the families of the CP Center. It just means the world to us. We got a few more pledges to read here. Chad Baker, home builder from Muscle Shoals, $100. Thank you.
In honor of Stacy Holcomb, Lindsay Holcomb, land of Cumming, Georgia, $80.
Sarah Beam from Cloverdale, $25 in memory of Anthony Lard. Thank you, Sarah.
Will Hill Jr. of Tuscumbia, $20.
And Lee Nesbitt of Muscle Shoals, $25. Thank you so much.
In honor of Kobe Oakley, Jim and Karen Lancaster of Florence, $20.
We're joined by Allison Isbell, the executive director of the CP Center. And Chris, we have a new total. $83,725. Thank you, Shoals. Thank you for the commitment that you make in continuing to have something for our families here. This organization, it is so needy, and it is very, very important that we continue this. And Allison Isbell, you guys have done a great job. You continue to put your hearts and souls into the work of these families, and thank you on behalf of everyone here in the Shoals as we have an opportunity to thank everyone that's donated this afternoon.
Well, we are just so very appreciative. And I tell you, like I was telling you earlier, we receive a much bigger blessing than we actually give out. I speak on behalf of the board and staff at UCP, and we're so very, very appreciative of everyone who contributed to our telethon today, and those who gave ahead of time and those who've called in today. We know it's a pretty day out there, and everybody wants to get outside, and so we are just amazed at the support that we've received today. We are so very thankful for Gary Nichols for coming out and giving up your Sunday afternoon for us. And you too, Joey and Chris. We couldn't have done it without y'all, and Julie in the jail, and Danny at the VIP board, and so many wonderful people who gave up their Sunday afternoon this afternoon for us. And it's just so moving and very touching for us. We do provide free services to children in Northwest Alabama who have special needs or a developmental disability, and we serve Colbert, Lauderdale, Franklin, Lawrence County. Basically, if we can get to them, we will serve them, and we do not turn people away. We'll do free evaluations for families if they feel like their child might have a delay or might need some extra help. All they have to do is give us a call, and we'll do a free evaluation and assessment and let them know what we think. But again, we just thank you so much. We thank you for all the volunteers who came out today. There were so many here who, from Junior League to FIMU to Florence High School to Civitan clubs, and I don't want to leave anybody out, but there have been so many who've come out today, and we just can't thank you enough. We've had a lot of our former employees to come out today too and volunteer, and from the bottom of my heart, we just can't thank you all enough.
And Allison, if someone isn't able to donate today and they haven't been able to get in touch with us, they can still do that. We'll take those donations.
Absolutely, absolutely. You can mail a pledge to 507 North Hook Street, and that's in Tuscumbia, Alabama, 35674. You can give us a call during the week at 256-381-4310, or you can go to our website, which is ucpshoals.org, and there's a link on there to PayPal. You can give through PayPal. So there are many ways you can give, and we, like I said, we're very appreciative of every penny that comes to us, and it all stays here in Northwest Alabama to serve families here. We do not have to give a percentage away to anybody, so it's every penny stays here.
And there may be someone out there that is encountering the challenge of cerebral palsy here this afternoon. They may not know about you guys within our viewership, or as we've been streaming on the World Wide Web here this afternoon. We want to let them know that you guys are here for them. and your hearts and the passion that you have to help these families. It just means the world. And if they wanted to get in touch with you guys, Allison, what would they need to do to make that?
Oh, it's very easy. Just call us at 256-381-4310. And if we can't help you, we will find services for you. We will find someone who can if it's outside of our realm of expertise. But basically, we serve any child with any special need or any disability. I think we have a new total.
Yes.
We do, and I couldn't leave without Lucinda saying something, so she's going to give us our final total.
$87,853.
Yes.
Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much from the bottom of our hearts. We appreciate each and every one of you who have called in today. Every bit of it stays in the Shoals area. We thank you so much. We love you. We love our families. Thank you, and God bless you.
May God bless the CP Center. May God bless you. Thank you.